A beautiful evening, the lights of Konoha brightly, like stars, illuminated the lonely and quiet streets along which a very small boy was running. He ran with the last of his strength, his breath had long since been ragged, and his legs were completely tired. But he ran because he was afraid of this day, afraid of the darkness and what might come out of it. Running down another alley along a very long street, the boy glanced quickly to the right. There he saw a girl and her son, they were both smiling. In general, there were quite a lot of people there, everyone was also smiling and laughing cheerfully, they were dressed colorfully. The reason for this was quite simple, today was a holiday. This holiday is dedicated to the day when the villagers successfully fought off the nine-tailed fox demon, and to the fourth Hokage, the hero who fought off that very attack. But not everyone celebrated it, along with the holiday, it was a day of bitterness and sorrow, a day when people lost people dear to them, it could be a family member or a close friend. It was for this reason that the boy, with sticks, saw people pursuing him from the illuminated alley. Damn, phew, the boy said, gasping for breath. Stop, bastard, stop, or when I catch up with you, I won't leave a single living place of you. The man yelled, raising the piece of wood high. But the boy didn't care, he understood that he would be beaten anyway, and the only thing he could do was run as fast as he could. The boy got his bearings when he saw a familiar green door, which meant he was close to a chance of salvation. Looking over his shoulder again to the right, the boy saw two people and tensed up a little, because he clearly remembered that there were three of them, but anyway, if one of them fell behind, that was even better. Checking the familiar terrain again, the boy continued to run, wildly out of breath, to the cries of men. Stop, you bastard, stop, you bastard, I'll beat you up so badly that you, damn. The man screamed with sweat. Bastard, makes me run after him. The second one mumbled to himself. An hour ago, the three of them saw this boy from around the corner, looking at the mask seller. For them, he was the embodiment of a demon who took a child from one of them, and a dear friend from the other two. That day they could not do anything to the fox. But now they could beat him up to the point that his bones would crack. The boy turned sharply to the left. The man also braked sharply and slid sideways on the ground, catching his friend who did not manage to brake in time, and both fell. Together they watched as the boy crossed the lattice fence, or rather a small hole, to the other side. Stop. You filthy bastard. The man hit the ground. The two of them immediately crashed into the fence at full speed, and one of them slipped through the hand that was about to catch the boy. It was just a little bit too close to grab the boy by the scruff of his shirt. The boy himself tensed up considerably, and reflexively tried to stick his stomach out forward with his back, but it turned out to be unnecessary. The boy looked over his right shoulder again and saw how the men were so angry that they couldn't climb over the fence. This greatly lifted the mood, and the boy smiled with relief. Further ahead of him was another long street, where he ran to the left, and ran like that for some time. He couldn't stop while the chase was going on, he simply had no right, otherwise he could have ended this day very sadly. And on such a day he wouldn't want that. About 6 minutes passed when the boy saw another alley and decided to slow down. He was very tired, breathing heavily, he could barely feel his legs. Only fear and the unwillingness to be beaten gave him the strength to continue, but in a moment of relaxation all this disappeared. Leaning forward and resting his hands on his knees, the boy wiped away the accumulated sweat and combed his terribly itchy hair. Until suddenly a man flies into his side and falls right on top of him. Do you even have any idea how long I've been looking for you, bastard? The man screamed, adding a word with each blow to the boy's face. The cheek was already very red, but the man didn't even pay attention to the condition and where his fist landed. After the last word and blow, blood began to flow from the boy's mouth. He no longer had the strength to fight back, all that was left was to surrender to the predetermined. The man was breathing heavily, all sweaty and red. He slowly got up from the boy and grabbed the piece of wood with both hands. This is for Itsu, for Osaka, for Kohoro. With a strong swing, the man hit the lying little body with a piece of wood. This did not continue for long until the rest of the same out-of-breath beasts arrived and, like their comrade, began to list the names of the dead while beating the boy. The boy only tried to hide his face from the fighting, and therefore tried to keep his hands in front of them, leaving his whole body to be dealt with. It's probably time to introduce myself. The boy's name is Naruto Uchiha, an orphan, and today was a significant day, his birthday, until these three idiots came and started beating him up. This year he turns 4 years old, which he was really looking forward to, and which he was really afraid of. The reason for the wild fear of this day is that it is connected with the previous birthday, When the villagers organized a hunt for the boy, scoured the entire village in search of him, mostly victims of an attack. And when they found him, he was beaten to a terrible state. They beat him even after he could no longer scream, cry and beg not to be beaten. That's how his last birthday went the whole day, and this year, the boy tried to hide from everyone, but the desire to see the party on the main street turned out to be stronger than the fear of being beaten. For this he paid. Naruto always thought the villagers' treatment of him was unfair. He was a child, just like other children. What kind of murder were they comparing him to? Why should he suffer for an attack he only knew about from stories? When Naruto was able to visit the third Hokage with this question, he said stunning words for a child: he can't help in any way. He, the Hokage of one of the 5 great villages, the Hidden Leaf Village, can't help a child find out why he is being beaten and blamed for the actions of a fox he has never personally seen. This old man always smiled at him sweetly. He was one of the rare exceptions in the village. Sometimes they even went fishing together. He always told something interesting, funny or exciting, but he was always silent or evaded the questions that worried Naruto. It was not fair. Somewhere deep inside, Naruto hated this old man, no matter how much he recognized himself as Hokage, and did not rule the village until old age. Naruto, out of personal resentment, believed that he did not deserve it. But he admitted that the old man was one of those things that kept Naruto from complete disappointment in people, although it was not far from that. While all this was being recalled in the child's head, the savages seemed to have already finished. Naruto, curled up like a fetus, covering his face with his hands, was in a very unsightly state. If the savages had taken off all the clothes, they would have seen countless bruises, wounds, and even scars for the rest of his life on the child's body. It was very unsightly, because even clothes did not save him from such a beating. The man spat right on Naruto. "You deserve it, bastard. For all that pain," the man said, wiping away his tears. "If it weren't for you, little freak, our families and friends would be alive. It would have been better if you had died that day and not them. You are a beast, and a child. You will not deceive anyone by taking such a form." After insulting Naruto a little more, the men passed each other and went in an unknown direction. Naruto lay exhausted. His whole body ached terribly. He could barely even feel it. His throat also hurt. It seemed he himself hadn't noticed how he screamed and cried, and what else could you expect from a child? Groaning through the intense pain in his body, Naruto somehow managed to fall onto his back and contemplate this beautiful night sunset. Naruto's thoughts were always wandering around one thing: it's not fair, the unfair treatment of the residents, the unfair beating and accusation. Why should he have to live such a miserable existence without family? Without friends? Without justice? Naruto wanted to cry even more, but there were no tears, because he had already cried everything he could. Naruto didn't even notice how another man appeared next to him, but he was wearing a mask that resembled a wolf. "Should I take you to the hospital?" the stranger asked. "No," Naruto said sharply. The unknown man stood in silence for a while, after which he disappeared just as he had appeared. The problem with the hospital was that there were people there who hated Naruto. He was afraid of everything in this village. He didn't know who to trust, who to talk to, who to listen to. He would probably always be afraid of this village. Although these guys in masks asked about it before, once he even agreed to all at least minimal help from them, but he did not want to be grateful to them. Naruto is far from a genius, but he could understand that they could have prevented all this beating. They could have saved him, but they did not. Why is even the Hokage, who always smiles at him, so cruel to him? Is he a hypocrite? It was already getting very dark. It was time to go home. Barely leaning against the trash can, Naruto took off his t-shirt with difficulty, wiped his bloody head and face, and with a heavy sigh tried to reach the house. It is unknown how much time passed, but it was already deep night, and there were no people around. Naruto was still able to reach his box. You may ask, why in a box? He is given money and even an apartment, but the problem is that his apartment is robbed unceremoniously. The door is broken down and they take whatever they want, regardless of the time of day. They can even drive him away so that they can settle there themselves. What will he do to them? Complaining is impossible. He is afraid to stay in the apartment for his life. That is why he chose a secret corner to hide in, put there the largest box he could find, arranged the minimum arrangement inside the box in the form of a mini mattress, a small pillow and a dirty blanket. You could say he was lucky. But it is not known what to do with the money. He has it, he receives it, but when he receives it, he can be caught after receiving it and the money can be taken away. This has already happened. A gang of people even wanted to put him on a permanent basis to get money for them for nothing in return, but it did not stick. But on the other hand, Naruto simply has nothing to buy with this money. No one sells or will sell him anything. Why does he need this money then? Naruto simply decided for himself that for the future, if it comes. Naruto, half asleep and crippled, fell with a thud onto his mattress and pillow, covered himself with heaviness, and simply fell asleep, hoping that tomorrow he would not wake up. Part 2 Market. The next morning. His whole body was in terrible pain. It was simply unbearable to sleep. Every time he turned on his side or touched some part of his body, the pain immediately woke him up from sleep. As a result, he was unable to fall asleep. Slowly trying to rub his eyes to finally wake up, Naruto was still twitching with the same pain from every touch of his hands to his eye. Was there even a place left that didn't hurt? Naruto sat down quietly and grabbed his stomach, and she growled in displeasure. Naruto was desperate. What to do? He hadn't recovered, but if he didn't go get food now, he would be much worse off later than he was now. Falling back onto the pillow, Naruto grabbed his forehead, closed his eyes, and just tried not to cry. Why is the world so unfair to me? Why? Naruto repeated out loud to himself. It's so unfair, I'm the same as them, I'm a child, I want to see my dad and my mom so much. Why are you doing this to me? All I want is human relations and a family. Tears rolled down beyond the child's desire. This was his main dream, not significant, small, in it he did not reach the heights as the first Hokage, was not a genius or a master in one field or another, did not aim to be a leader. Family and human relations are what made Naruto value more than anything else. Slowly coming to his senses, Naruto calmed down a little from the feelings that had washed over him. Now, he has to pull himself together, act like a man, and just do what he has to do. Survive. Slowly getting out of bed, Naruto opened the lid of his box. Crawling out of his small and safe shelter, Naruto grabbed both of his hands and carefully wiped both of them. It's getting colder. Letting out a heavy sigh, Naruto looked up at the sky. It doesn't take a genius to not know that winter is coming soon, and Naruto's only chance of survival is to wait out the winter in the apartment the village gave him. But if someone ends up in it, something will have to be done and the violators of his home will have to be driven out, but most likely, it will be painful, if not fatal. Having thought about what to do next, Naruto came up with the idea of first inspecting the apartment for belongings and animals, and then starting to collect supplies, or more precisely food and clothing to keep the house warm. How will Naruto manage to get food and clothes, you ask, if he is not allowed to buy things? It's very simple. Like any desperate and hungry person trying to survive, he will steal. This was the only way he managed to survive the last year, stealing things and food, even if he didn't like it. There were often cases when Naruto was caught and beaten as punishment. Probably this is also one of the reasons why he is beaten so fiercely and driven away. He also had to starve. There is no other way. Nodding to himself, Naruto slowly walked towards the alley's paradise. Naruto looked around the corner in both directions and saw no people, thank God. One of the reasons Naruto chose this alley as his base was because he couldn't be found here and he could hide out here forever. As a result, with heavy steps and short dashes, Naruto ran through the streets and alleys towards his home. Sometimes he saw his old acquaintances, all those who beat him. He avoided them even more, and tried to make sure that they did not even look in his direction. The path was thorny, and to be honest difficult. It was hard to hide from people, running along the streets and alleys to my own apartment. When he almost reached it, he decided to do some reconnaissance with his eyes. Naruto was very proud of his eyes. He could see far and clearly. On many occasions they helped him save his ass and his life. Having started reconnaissance from afar, Naruto looked at the door of his apartment. It was already clear that the lock was a little damaged and even to say crooked, which meant it was no longer holding correctly. Perhaps then, when this apartment was broken into once again, the bandits tried to fix the lock after themselves, that's care, or were they simply afraid of the Hokage? The reason didn't matter. Naruto, without thinking about anything, rushed to the door with all his might, immediately opened it and locked it from the inside. It was very presumptuous, but adrenaline suddenly woke up in Naruto, which made the pain temporarily retreat, but when he entered the apartment it returned again with a vengeance. Damn, the boy groaned, how painful. Naruto didn't even know where to grab onto himself, but after waiting in this state for a couple of moments, he took a deep breath and exhaled, and with a heavy right heel stepped forward. The apartment wasn't as destroyed as Naruto imagined. Some things were stolen, yes, but they weren't important to Naruto. The main thing was the bed, things, and everything else was here for him. It was really amazing. They still haven't forgotten about him. It's a pity, of course, there's no food, but who else but him has to get used to it? The village is against him, he has to hold on. After searching around the 2 rooms for a while, namely the main room and the kitchen, Naruto found many things for himself to live in. He didn't come to this apartment that often because he was afraid of people coming here, but maybe they were just looking for Naruto and not living here. Naruto just shook his head in ignorance. Since one of today's points was completed, only the most difficult thing remained, getting food. Naruto already had an idea of who he should steal from. Utsakatum, a bakery seller, he sells a small shop of various baked goods, and if you plan for the future, then now Naruto will not be able to steal for the winter ahead, the state did not allow it. Most likely, he will have to lie down for more than 1 week for the wounds to be completely forgotten, but he definitely needs to eat, because the water issue has already been resolved, there is a pipeline in the apartment. Naruto confessed that as soon as he found out that he had water, he greedily drank as much as he could, it was such luck. When he didn't know that he had water, he was already sadly wondering how he could get water if it was still possible with food, but the problem solved itself. Did anyone really decide to reward me for the suffering I went through? Naruto thought to himself. Of course, it was impossible to relax now, but Naruto happily jumped back onto the soft bed, so soft and warm. This feeling of euphoria lasted for a moment, then at that very moment a sharp pain appeared, reminding Naruto that she was here too, and should not be forgotten. The boy didn't feel sad about it, he just enjoyed the bed, just a little bit, he felt like an ordinary child. Suddenly, someone started banging on the door of Naruto's apartment. With the obvious intention of breaking in, Naruto only heard fragments. Here. SPL. Bastard. I got it. Only fragments, and Naruto, madly looking for a way out with his eyes, immediately pounced on the window. He opened the window. The door could no longer withstand the pressure and was ready to open at any second. Trying to climb through the window faster, Naruto was able to do it because of the size and because his body hurt. The door swung open and Naruto quickly jumped out of the window and hid behind the wall. You said he came here, said a rough voice. That's right, I saw him run into that very apartment and lock himself in it, said a hoarse voice. Naruto didn't dare to guess how many of them there were even in a theoretical calculation. The main thing for him now was not to let them be discovered, so as not to be beaten in the future. Check everything here, said the same rude one, and apparently the main one here. The people dispersed, and one of them slowly moved towards the place next to the window. Naruto didn't see, but he heard. He was afraid that if he ran now, he would reveal himself and they would beat him up. The footsteps were getting closer. Naruto just closed his eyes and mouth. He just tried not to make noise and not to attract attention. Footsteps passed by the window. It seemed like someone was rummaging through his nightstand. Naruto decided to take a chance and look out of the corner of his eye, and there he saw the back of a thin man. The others didn't seem to be looking here, which is why Naruto closed the window behind him as carefully as possible, watching the skinny guy's reaction. At the last moment, there was a creak, and the skinny one stopped in his quest, and slowly turned to the window, but it was closed. Did you find something? His friend asked him. No, it seems so. The skinny man shook his head negatively. And Naruto at the same time ran as fast as he could away from the apartment. The plan remained the same, get to the shop and steal some food. Naruto already had a rough plan, although if it failed, the price for it would be catastrophic. After passing 2 streets, Naruto was on the main shopping street. Quickly passing through the shops, Naruto found the very bakery merchant he needed. Today next to him were large boxes in the back. Honestly, Naruto did not know what was in them, but they were by the way, but in order to get to those boxes, you had to go around this entire street without any attention. It would be a very long day. An hour, a whole hour Naruto walked around all the people and the street, just to get to the treasured boxes. It was not possible to see what was inside, since they were sealed with nails, but what pleased Naruto more was that there was a gap between the boxes coming closer. Naruto took a peek at where he could throw the very idea that Naruto wanted to implement. It was a lucky coincidence that the entire merchant's shop was visible from the gap between the boxes, because the boxes were standing on the side on the right side of the merchant's shop. And why did he need these boxes? Naruto picked up a small stone that was lying nearby and took aim. At the same time, a young girl approached the bench. Good afternoon, Mr. Itsu, the girl greeted the merchant warmly. My dear, have you come for something special today? For you, I have a special pastry today. I made it for the first time, and I promise you it will definitely amaze you. The merchant confidently declared. I'll gladly take it. How much do I owe? Wait, Wait, just a second, let me show you the assortment. The merchant ran up to the box, which made Naruto tense up again, but luckily the box opened from the merchant's side. The merchant took a crowbar and broke off the lid, and from there he took out a tray with jam pies. Look, my new absolutely delicious product, you can try it if you want, the merchant offered kindly. The girl giggled sheepishly. Thank you, Lord Itsu. Taking one pie in her hand, she was about to take a bite. But then a rock flies right into the tray, forcing the merchant to try to keep his balance in the tray, and Naruto flies in and stuffs as much as he could fill his bag in a short amount of time. The merchant was taken aback by the unexpected attack, and yet he couldn't keep his balance, and his new product that he was working on. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he looked at the boy who was running away with his goods. He took a crowbar and followed him. Naruto ran as fast as he could. Again, his beating from yesterday was a huge hint. As Naruto almost reached the corner of the alley, he was met with a crowbar that was pointed straight at him. At that moment Naruto's eyes turned red and became red with black tomoya. Now there were only two. These were the eyes of the pride of the Uchiha clan. These eyes would confirm his involvement in this very clan, although he himself tried not to get caught in their eyes at all, for his own safety. With a quick dodge back, Naruto saw the same angry merchant, and taking advantage of the merchant's momentary confusion from missing the blow, Naruto slipped through the legs and ran on. Stop, you damn fox. I'll make mush out of you, the merchant yelled angrily as he set off on a long chase. Commentary to Part 2 Market. I think the chapter turned out to be quite boring. I will try to make the chapters better. Part 3 Demon Fox. It was already getting dark. Naruto had no idea how long he had been running. A couple of times it seemed to him that the pursuit in the person of the merchant had finally fallen behind, but he constantly found him, and like a madman he continued to chase the boy with his crowbar. Naruto only shuddered with each new appearance. A maniac with a wicked face, who had gone wild and had such strength to run, even though he was an ordinary person and not a shinobi. Damn psycho. Doesn't he even think about the fact that his shop might get robbed while he's chasing me here? Naruto thought to himself. But Atsu didn't seem to care, and that's what he got so mad about. A simple petty theft, although Naruto didn't even look at what exactly he put in his thief's bag, but there was definitely nothing there that he could grab with a crowbar. Naruto held the bag to his chest, wrapping both arms around it like it was the most precious treasure he had. He had been running for too long, running on sheer willpower. If this continued, Naruto suddenly came out of his own subconscious. What is he even thinking about now? Now is not the time to think about anything, because he went into himself for a while, he lost speed, and thanks to this, Atsu shortened the distance between them, and they ran between the alleys. This can't go on. Why is this merchant so persistent? Where does he get his strength from? Naruto ran into the next alley where at the end of it there were trash cans and paths that forked to the right and left. There was no time to decide, so Naruto decided to run to the right. An abrupt stop, and Naruto hit his left shoulder into the wall, knocking over the trash can, where all of its contents crawled out under his feet. Without looking at his feet, he tripped over one of the garbage bags. Naruto leaned forward strongly, about to fall, but after taking an affirmative right step, and then a left and right to fully restore his balance, the boy was able to safely continue running. The pain from hitting the wall was terrible, and he was very scared, but he couldn't let go of the bag. The only thing he could do now was clench his teeth and run, and the first thing he saw ahead also made him tense up quite a bit. Unfamiliar street. People. He stopped and began to quickly inhale air into his lungs, staring ahead with an unbelieving gaze. The sound of a collision, Naruto turned around and saw Atsu, who also successfully hit the wall, but unlike Naruto, he was able to stop himself by slamming his left palm into the wall, knocking over the remaining trash cans. His full face, filled with sweat, was completely red, and his angry gaze met Naruto's frightened gaze, and it didn't stop him. He took the first step, but it was awkward to step anywhere, because there was trash scattered around him. He tried to take a couple of careful steps, but ended up slipping on something slippery, and hit his stomach on the trash. Still catching his breath, Naruto looked to the opposite side of his choice, and damn, there was an alley. He had gone the wrong way. Looking back again, he looked at the exit of the alley, where people were walking on the street. It seemed they hadn't paid attention here yet. The first thing his head began to realize was that he was not familiar with this alley. It seemed he had entered a part of the village where he had never been. It was terrible, and his second curse was that he was faced with a choice again. If he tried to run back, and tried to somehow get around Atsu and run to the other side, then he would probably be able to run away from him for some time, But it was too risky, there was a high chance that he would catch him. And the other side opens an exit to the street, to a dangerous street. For Naruto, all streets are dangerous. There were too many people walking there, even for the evening. The village hates him, and if someone sees him, they can start throwing something at him, or catch him and beat him again, and he only eats our food. No matter how you look at it, he's taking risks on both sides. What should he do? Quickly analyzing the situation, Naruto looked at the opposite side, then at the street. There was a high probability of getting caught in both places. There was less and less time to think, because the boy's gaze stopped on the rising merchant. Time to decide, and Naruto decided to take a risk. He ran like an arrow towards the street, where he had a better chance of remaining unpunished. Stop, bastard. The merchant stumbled with his hand. Damn. He began to quickly push aside everything that had accumulated under him, and slowly get up. I'll catch you anyway, I'm too stubborn for that, Atsu said to himself and ran after the boy. The boy who had escaped from the alley quickly attracted the attention of people passing under the evening sky. It's a fox demon. What the damn? What's happened? People didn't quite understand what was going on, but some quickly recognized the boy as Naruto. Atsu ran out after him and screamed at the top of his lungs. Catch him. This scoundrel stole my ring from the shop. A ring, Naruto thought to himself. He didn't know how he could have stolen some ring, because when he was stealing everything from the table, there was nothing shiny there, and there were only baked goods. How could I not notice that there was a ring there? Naruto thought to himself. He would have definitely noticed if there was something even similar to it, but he didn't need it, he wouldn't steal it, and this made Naruto angry and shouted. I don't have your ring, you're lying. The merchant turned even redder with rage, and the people around him naturally took the merchant's side. Damn thief. What you would expect from a fox demon. Catch him. Some passers-by stood in the boy's way, the rest of the passers-by remained in the role of observers, not forgetting to shout reproachfully at the fox demon. It was already clear to Naruto that no one would believe him, much less help him, so all he could do was run so that he wouldn't be caught stealing. A fat man appeared in front of him from the side, trying to grab the boy by the collar or arm, but Naruto successfully dodged, making a feint, as if he was going to run from the left side, and he himself ran from the right. The fat man just shook his head left and right in bewilderment, and only when the boy ran past, he began to drill the little one's back with displeasure, and the merchant ran after him. The next candidate was a thin man who was right in front of Naruto, and he spread his arms out to both sides like a goalkeeper, looking at the boy with narrowed eyes. Naruto swallowed, but sped up. The man clearly didn't expect this kind of event. He grimaced, and was about to catch the boy, when he flew straight at him, fell on his butt and slid between the man's legs. He inadvertently spread his legs too wide, and therefore only embarrassedly scratched his neck, seeing off the angry merchant with an awkward smile. Now the boy was simply happy. Inside he was rejoicing with happiness. He did it, he made it through the street, a little more, and he would be able to get further from these places if he turned towards his streets. But if everything was so smooth, another man suddenly jumped out from the left side. He extended his hand to grab Naruto. The boy, who had not expected such a turn of events, was again frightened and stopped. The man was unable to grab the boy's hand, as he had reached out too early to grab it, but he managed to push the boy's left hand down. Naruto, not expecting such a setup, dropped the entire bag of food on the road, where some of the baked goods fell onto the dirty ground. A storm of emotions rolled through him, anger, pain, sadness and sorrow. He had been running away almost the whole day just to get some food, and all this was in vain. He was about to quickly pick up at least what was left in the bag, but the same man who had thrown his hand down tried to pounce on Naruto again. And this time Naruto raised a threatening gaze, where a Sharingan with 2 tomoya appeared. The man was frightened and reflexively stumbled back one step with caution. In the village everyone knows that the main strength of the Uchiha clan was precisely in these very eyes, and only God knows what abilities they give, because the same clan does not particularly spread this. Taking a quick glance at the merchant, Naruto lunged forward with all the strength he had left in a depressed mood. Damn, I had food, it was right in my hands. How could I let it go? The boy reproached himself. Damn, I'll have to starve for a long time again. They won't let me do it again anytime soon. Tears welled up again. I didn't want to go hungry again, but they forced me to run and endure yesterday's pain. Whatever Naruto did, everything had to go wrong. Why was he so unlucky? But if I even thought about it, that mad merchant should have left now. His ring was still there in the bag. Sighing in relief, Naruto continued running until he heard a scream he didn't want to hear anymore. Chito's 2, you will leave today in one piece. A threatening cry sounded. Naruto turned his head back over his shoulder in a flash, and saw the fucking psycho merchant rushing towards him with an angry look and his crowbar. He tensed up even more, his blood pressure was already rising, and he clenched his teeth and shouted. Your damn ring is near the package, old man. Run to it and leave me. The boy cried pleadingly. The merchant ignored him and stubbornly continued to run after him. Naruto continued to look back for a little while longer with a very tense and scared look before turning his head straight towards the road. The boy's thoughts were simply all in a jumble. Why is he still chasing me? The package was still there. Why is he still chasing me? The boy's mind was spinning with confusion. Why is he chasing me? Why? The boy became even more tense, and suddenly a theory appeared in his head. Was there really no ring there from the very beginning? Was it possible that when the merchant said this, he lied to everyone? Why did he do this? Why is he chasing me? What did I do to him? Still gathering his courage to speak after so much stress, Naruto shouted. Please leave me alone. I won't steal anything from you anymore, I promise. The merchant did not answer. I beg you, I ask, I swear, this will never happen again. Just please leave me alone. The merchant just let out a cry of rage and continued to run. And Naruto in despair simply did not know what to do. He shook his head, denying that he could be hated even for nothing. Tears appeared in his eyes. How he wanted to sob now, just fall down exhausted, give up everything, just fall down and rest, and cry loudly. But trying to calm himself down, Naruto held back as best he could. Tears still flowed, but he did not allow his feelings to take over. Why do they all hate me so much? What have I ever done to them? What could I have done in this life for them to hate me so much? I'm just a kid. I'm just a kid. Naruto repeated in his head over and over until he started screaming it in reality. What the hell did I do to you all? I'm just a boy. I'm a child. I couldn't do anything to you. I couldn't do anything to you. I was just trying to fucking survive because you all treat me so inhumanely. Why are you so fucking cruel to me? Why? Naruto screamed high into the evening sky with a voice full of despair. I am not a demon fox. I am Naruto Uchiha. I am an orphan without parents, accused of sins I did not commit. Why the hell can't you just understand that? He yelled even louder, turning to his pursuer. The street the two were running on was completely empty. Only a few lonely lamps were burning here, illuminating the way forward. But there was still no answer to Naruto's voice. The merchant completely ignored the complete despair and petition and questions. He didn't care. He himself was screaming with anger like a beast, not lagging behind Naruto one step. Why was he pursuing him so persistently? Why? Naruto was already tired of repeating the same question in his head, because it would still remain unanswered. Left running on the road, Naruto was consumed by despair until he noticed a new unknown alley ahead of him. A chance to be saved. He thought to himself. He wondered if he should take the risk and run into the alley. What if it was a chance to be saved? Weighing all the pros and cons inside, Naruto decided to take the risk again. It would be better than running through the streets until he fell from exhaustion and became an easy victim for killing. He didn't rule out such a turn of events. He didn't know if those people who were always watching him from death would save him. Internally he hoped for it, but in practice. Taking a deep breath, Naruto ran at full speed towards the alley, where on the visible part of the left entrance side he crashed into the wall with both hands, and having made a full circle around himself on the left side, he ran a little more until he saw the wall. Yes, it was a high, thick, brick wall. Naruto looked at the very top of it with an open mouth, devastated. This is the end, he made a verdict for himself. There was no more hope. He took a risk, and again chose the wrong path. There was nowhere else to run. It was an alley with only 3 walls without doors, windows and everything else. A pure alley of despair. The only way out of here was the entrance, where a maniac with a crowbar was already standing, wildly inhaling air, who looked angrily at his victim with a predator's gaze. Naruto turned his back to the wall and turned straight towards the merchant. I beg you, don't do this. Naruto pleaded. The merchant only smiled wildly and widely, walked towards the boy in a languid and threatening manner. Please, I'm just a child, I haven't done anything to you, I beg you, please. Naruto shook his head, trying to deny the current situation as much as possible. Yes, I told you I'd get to you. The merchant ignored the boy again. He only repeated what he wanted to hear. For so many years I have waited for a chance to take revenge, and now it has come. Now I will kill the filthy demon fox with my own hands. I will become the hero who will free this village from the damn monster. The merchant exclaimed a heroic speech for himself. I will not only become a hero, but also calm my soul for her loss. You took her away from me. The merchant accused with a mad look. You took her away from me. You don't dare ask for mercy. You are a monster deserving death 100 times worse than all those who suffered because of you. The merchant screamed wildly, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. No, no, Naruto denied. He fell on his butt and slowly crawled back. Please. I won't do it again. I beg you. I won't do it again. The tears were already flowing uncontrollably. I will avenge her, my sweet and beautiful wife Cora, my sweet daughter Mia. I will become a hero. I will become the one who will avenge you, my girls. Your husband and father will become a hero. You can be proud of me. The mad merchant rejoiced to the dark sky. Naruto had his back against the wall. He continued to desperately deny what kind of trouble he was in. He forgot about everything in the world. Fear firmly settled in his head and heart. Please, no. Take your well-deserved punishment. Take it, you damn bastard, and let the common people breathe a sigh of relief with their filthy death. Don't, please don't, Naruto screamed wildly. The merchant only screamed wildly, swinging the crowbar widely in the direction of the boy's head. He already saw the crowbar falling on him, and he immediately reacted and screamed loudly, covering his head with his hands. No, 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 Naruto repeated to himself, I don't want to die, I want to live, I don't want to die, I don't want to, he said to himself in despair, I don't deserve this, I'm not bad, I didn't do anything. This isn't fair, this is so unfair. The boy grabbed his head with his hands and screamed wildly. It's not fair. The scream echoed around, giving off echoes. The boy did not open his eyes, but only took heavy breaths in and out, taking a deep breath. Fear did not allow him to open his eyes. After spending some time like this, the boy suddenly had a thought. There was no blow, there should not have been an echo. Lowering his head lower, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. Only now he realized that he was in water. The water was flowing in a small stream, reaching only to his ankle. Naruto quickly stood up and quickly looked around his current location. It was a large tunnel, it was all covered with red walls, and at the end nothing was visible, only darkness. As Naruto understood, there was no current here. It seemed as if the water was just there. Someone filled it with water here, but where did it come from? It was not clear. It was not clear what was ahead. Naruto stood there for a while, deciding whether to go forward or not. Today he was unlucky with his choice twice. What if it was the same this time? He was afraid of this place. Where would a child go? What to do? A hint came from an unexpected place. His stomach growled discontentedly. Naruto froze slightly, looked at his stomach, and lightly scratched it with his right hand, smiling awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Having decided not to stand still, he slowly walked forward. It is unknown how much time passed. Naruto walked for a long time, but he did not see the end of this tunnel until a mysterious arch caught his eye. Behind this arch, from around the corner, he saw a huge and spacious room, with huge bars like gates. On them was, it seems, a lock in the form of waves. Coming closer, the boy quietly asked, "Is there anyone here?" Silence was the answer. He wanted to ask again, but from the other side of the huge bars a terrifyingly strong wind flew, which without much resistance could blow Naruto back. The boy fell into shock, his eyes widened, and fear took over his heart and mind again. A huge head slowly emerged from the darkness, a monster, orange in color, with dark stripes under the eyes and up to the ears. His teeth were huge. It was a real huge mouth, with which he grinned at the boy. His eyes, dark red, with a pointed pupil, he looked straight at Naruto. He looked with a terrifyingly evil and arrogant look. "So you finally deigned to come down to me, brat." A terrifying bass roar sounded, but the beast did not even open its mouth. "How pathetic you are, letting yourself get beaten. Is my Jinchuriki really such a worthless thing like you?" The beast looked down at the boy with displeasure. Naruto fell on his butt, and all he could do was stare at the monster with his mouth open and his eyes wide, trying to either scream or fall unconscious. In an attempt to protect himself, the Sharingan awakened on its own, reflexively. The beast took a deep, disappointed breath and exhaled, and from its mouth came the same storm wind that had been before, destroying everything in its path. "Just think, I got a brat from the Uchiha clan. My jailer is not only a brat from a filthy clan, but also a complete disgrace himself." Still disappointed and arrogant, the beast continued. "I have watched you for a long time. Not once did you fight back. So many times you let pathetic people beat you up. You really are a complete nobody. Naruto kept trying to say something. No, this was not a response to the monster's humiliation towards him. Naruto simply saw something more than a monster in front of him. This was the same fox demon that the fourth Hokage had defeated 4 years ago, and thus saved the village. You are the demon L Fox? Yes. The boy asked stutteringly. Ha, the beast looked at him in surprise. So you're not only a nobody, but also a bit stupid, huh? What else could you expect from a useless brat? Slowly the fox's head retreated back into the darkness from which it had emerged. Wait, I want to ask. Ask a question. Naruto asked in a trembling voice. It's very important, I beg you. Naruto slowly knelt down in front of the cage. And from the darkness there was a deafening silence. It's because of you. My life is a living hell. The boy plucked up some courage. It's because of you that they beat me. And accuse me of all the sins. Ha ha. The voice still trembled a little. The answer was still silence. You are a fox demon, am I right? The boy shouted. No voice, no sound, the darkness continued to be darkness, and the fox sat in it, brazenly looking down at Naruto. It's your fault that my life is such crap. It's all your fault. He screamed again, slamming his fist on the floor. If you weren't there, my life would be much better. I would be treated like a human being. I could live peacefully in my apartment without fear of being robbed. I could walk the streets without fear of being beaten. I could buy whatever I wanted from the sellers. I could make friends. I wouldn't be afraid of people. Maybe I would even have a family. The boy screamed louder and louder, banging harder on his last words. If you damn beast didn't exist, I would live the way I deserved from the very beginning. He screamed loudly, wiping away the tears that had accumulated. A huge knock carried on the cage. Naruto fell on his back from the huge shaking, and held on only with his left elbow, so as not to fall completely. And the view came to a huge monster in the form of a fox. Naruto could see its entire height, its arms and claws, each of which was like a huge spear, its huge body and legs, that could easily crush him. And the main distinguishing feature, its 9 tails, which were directed in all directions, that seemed to float in the air, and his face, which expressed great rage, anger and irritation. Live better, trash like you think you can live better. You, a nobody, do nothing but whine and complain about this unfair life, do nothing but blame me for everything. Do you think that trash like you deserves a life? And a better one at that? For what? A huge scream went through. You are just a nobody who was born a nobody, and you will die like trash under my paw or in my mouth. Do you think that you even want to want something? Do you think you have the right to do this? You are just a little egoist who thinks only about yourself. Poor and unfortunate little Uchiha. Have you ever thought that such a worthless child was simply not wanted to be kept by their side, and then thrown out? Naruto's eyes widened as he looked at the fox in disbelief, internally trying to deny what he had said. Don't believe me. Why do you think no one tells you who your parents are? Why do you think no one came for you? The answer is simple. No one needs such trash. You are a pathetic ballast that behaves arrogantly and selfishly. People like you simply do not have the right to even dream of happiness. You're lying. Naruto screamed. You're still lying. You're lying. It's not true. Ho. The fox smiled evilly. The little trash has teeth. You can only say that to someone who is sitting in a cage, right? The boy didn't answer. He just angrily clenched his teeth and showed his Sharingan a challenge to fight for his faith and beliefs. The smile slowly fell from the fox. A worthless thing. You always were. You will never have a happy life. All you will achieve is death. Yours or those who accepted you as family. The fox spat. And the boy's eyes began to tremble. He was in deep shock, crying uncontrollably. He couldn't believe it. He didn't want to believe it. And the fox, still looking down at him, smiled again. Do you want to get rid of this curse? The boy, lost in his own thoughts, continued to lie on his elbow, came out of his stupor, and looked at the fox in shock and surprise. The fox smiled contentedly and continued in an enticing and persuasive voice. You will be able to make your dream come true. You will be able to live like everyone else, make friends, hang out as much as you want, and no longer be beaten half to death. And if you are lucky, you will be able to find your family. You will be able to become useful to them. You just need to do one thing. Naruto was lured by this offer, something he had dreamed of all his life. If the fox was not lying, would he really be able to live a simple life? Would he be able to return to his family? To make friends? To buy things? For the boy, it was an unattainable dream, but perhaps one that had come unexpectedly, an opportunity that might not come a second time. He was intoxicated by such a luxurious offer for him, To finally lift the curse, the burden, to live like everyone else. And what do you want? The boy asked nervously. The fox was still smiling contentedly and brought his muzzle down towards the castle. All you have to do is open this lock. The fox tapped the lock with his finger, and you will forget about your curse forever. Naruto looked closely at the seal. He didn't understand what it was, but he assumed that it was a lock holding the beast back. Of course, now he was thinking about the danger. You want me to open this seal? The fox nodded affirmatively. But how? How am I supposed to do this? The boy asked excitedly. The fox lowered his head to the side and pointed his finger at Naruto's stomach. You will be able to open the seal on your stomach. All you have to do is put your hand on the seal and turn it, the fox explained, and after that, you will be free. Naruto looked at his stomach. He put his hand on it, then lifted his shirt. He remembered this strange seal. He always had it, as long as he could remember. He didn't know what it was for, but now he seemed to understand. It was the key to the beast's castle. The fox watched silently, showing no signs of joy or anger, but simply looked calmly. Naruto touched the seal with 5 fingers. He felt it. His hand could open this seal. Once he did, it would all be over. He would finally be free. He could be. Everything around Naruto was flying in dreams, what he had wanted all his conscious life. Just turn around. Naruto smiled with happiness, and was ready to go crazy with joy, but the smile froze. He remembered the fox's words. The first thing he did was call him a jailer. On his stomach was the key to his castle. The humans had been attacked 4 years ago, where countless people had died. They blamed him for it. He never understood why, but now it suddenly made sense. He was the fox's jailer. He was the one who held back the evil. If it weren't for him, the fox could continue to cause death and destruction to everything, just like they say about him. Everything came together in a logical conclusion. If he did what he asked now, the fox could destroy Konoha, but if he didn't, he would be alone forever. He could die at the hands of those he had protected for these past 4 years. Were these people worth him protecting? Should he act for the good of those who had wished for his sincere death all this time? The fox trembled slightly and asked a little nervously. Will you open it? Right now Naruto could make a choice that would affect the lives of many. He was very nervous, afraid. He so longed for the fulfillment of his dream, but what then? How could he live on if he did not open the bars now? For the child this became a dilemma, but the fox brought him out of his reverie. Naruto looked at him. The fear of him still remained, but he was behind the cage, and could not cause pain there. Something inside him told him that this was not worth doing, that it was worth saving people if he could do it. But why did he have such feelings? They always humiliated him and brought him to almost death. Why did he not want them to die so much? Why did he not yearn to take revenge on them all? This worried the boy, but he still decided. You lied to me, said the boy. If you go out, you will destroy everything, including my dream. The fox's eyes widened menacingly, and veins appeared from them. Where did you get that from? The fox asked through clenched teeth. You told me this yourself. I am your jailer. I am the one who protects people from you, the boy confidently stated. The fox became angry and hit the cage with both paws with all his might, screaming loudly. You damn bastard, open the damn cage or I'll eat you, and that's all you could ever want or dream of, the fox yelled. His knees were shaking, as was the rest of his body. The fear had not gone away, but Naruto was able to barely get to his feet, and with fear he stood with his back straight, face to face with the fox. I am the one who will protect the village, your jailer, your Jinchuriki. The fox grinned, devouring the little Uchiha halfling with an evil and hateful gaze. You, little brat of the Uchiha, the most insignificant offspring of your clan that I have ever seen in my memory. You have no future, and I will not lie about that. You yourself should understand that as soon as this conversation ends, your end will come too. Naruto heard the shocking news again. What are you talking about? The boy asked, puzzled. Your last escape, the fox hissed. You never escaped from that pathetic mortal idiot. He forced you to a dead end, and already swung at you. The scythe of death is already hanging over you. No matter what you choose, you are already dead. The fox angrily lay down on his paws, and laid his muzzle, looking with his left eye at Naruto. Naruto remembered. Indeed, before he got here, he was there. He suddenly became terribly scared. Now do you understand, little runt? You'll be dead after this conversation. The fox hissed with hatred. Naruto fell to his knees. He couldn't believe it. Was this the end for him? Was everything he dreamed of going to die with him? Would the fox be freed? Did his life even have any meaning anymore? Just this once. The fox closed his eyes. Just this once, you damn brat, I'll let you use my chakra, the fox said. Naruto looked at the fox sharply. He didn't believe it. Share chakra. But he doesn't even know how to use it. What will he do with it? But he will get the power of the nine-tailed. Now go. You're tiring me, you brat. The fox slowly began to disappear into the darkness. Wait, what did you mean when you said you'd share your chakra? But I don't even know how to use chakra. Before Naruto could finish speaking. Shut up, take the chakra and get out of here. There was another echoing roar, and then a huge amount of orange chakra appeared from the gate. Naruto was sickened by such a huge amount of chakra. His eyes widened and he didn't believe what was happening. No, it was real. He didn't believe the chance that the fox would help him survive. Why? He doesn't know, but they didn't give him time to think. All that huge amount of chakra from the gate was already being absorbed into Naruto's body, and he woke up. Part 4 Uchiha Family. A man stood over a bloody little body on its side. In his hands was a piece of iron, from which drops of blood were slowly dripping. In his eyes there was shock and trepidation. His hands were shaking, and he himself, looking at the boy's bloody head, found himself. Just a moment ago, he had been confident in his actions, and was ready to spit on the consequences of what would happen after the murder. But only now, he not only doubted his own actions, he was afraid. He experienced animal fear, trembling, horror at the moment of impact. After all, only for a moment, the boy's eyes appeared. No, these were not the same eyes as before. This is not a sign of the Uchiha clan. They looked more like the eyes of a beast, a sharp pupil with a red iris, in which pure hatred was read. His evil grin, which also resembled a beast in a human body. Only before the blow, in one moment, Atsu caught this face. And it was enough to frighten him. He wanted to try to hit again, to finish him off, but this terrible face immediately rushed into the subconscious of the unfortunate merchant. He wanted to run away, but inside him, the image of his happy family was also struggling, demanding his death. He was at a dead end, indecisive. A shiver ran down his spine, a crazy idea popped into his mind. To see if those eyes were still on the monster's face. Atsu clenched his fists, then took a small half step, but immediately retreated, then turned sideways to leave, then stopped. He was so afraid of this child. No, not him, his eyes, his hatred. An ordinary person simply cannot hate so much. Gathering up a handful of courage, the merchant extended his trembling left hand to the boy's face. He was about to open his eye, but the boy's nose twitched slightly, and Atsu jumped back, looking at him in horror. He felt his heart beating faster in his chest, panic in his mind, and outwardly, rapid shortness of breath. Atsu grabbed his heart and squeezed it, gritting his teeth. Inwardly, he begged himself to calm down, but he could not lift his head, where the body lay. What a coward I am, he said to himself. But he needed to know what happened to the demon fox's eyes. If he left now, he wouldn't be able to tell the Hokage later about what he saw here. He needed proof. Resigned to the fact that he himself, the merchant, could no longer do anything to the child who lay motionless, Atsu shook his head in disappointment. Giving himself a little time to recover, Atsu regained the small amount of courage he had and reached his hand towards the boy's face again. He was unsure, he tried to look away, but his gaze always returned. His hand was shaking, so he put the iron down next to him and tried to keep his left hand steady with his other hand. A little more, his hand almost touched him. From the tension in his own mind, and everything he had managed to fantasize, Atsu closed his eyes. In his own mind, he prayed to all the gods, begged that nothing would happen to him, remembered his life before all this. He himself did not notice how he had already touched the boy's face on the cheek. Atsu's face, which was narrowed tightly, tensed up as he realized this. He slowly opened his right eye. Nothing, it didn't move. Oh, what strong sighs of relief he made, holding his heart with his right hand. But he couldn't get lost. He concentrated, and slowly and carefully, so as not to wake the boy, although he hit him hard, so that he wouldn't throw off his hooves, he took his chin with his left hand, and began to lift it towards himself. It seems like everything went well, Atsu praised himself. The demon hadn't woken up, but he could take a look. Swallowing from the extra tension, the merchant held the boy's face with his left hand so that it would be easier to look at his eyes. And with his right, he had already tried to open it. Opening the boy's left eyelids, Atsu's whole body trembled. The same eye with a sharp pupil and a red iris. He hadn't imagined it. The merchant was both happy and unhappy about this. He was already internally imagining what he would say to the Hokage when he ran to him. That the demon fox had begun to manifest his true form and all that. True, he couldn't practice now, his throat was a bit dry, but fortunately everything remained in his subconscious. While the merchant was thinking about the future speech, Naruto's second eye opened. He slowly turned his head towards the merchant's face, and their eyes met. Atsu's hair stood on end. He himself reared up like a cat and threw himself on his back as fast as he could. He didn't care about the pain now, all he could do was crawl backwards. No, no, please, no. I didn't mean to, please let me go. Please, the merchant begged, shaking his head. As ironic as the situation was, Naruto didn't pay the slightest attention to it. He sat on his butt and drooped for a while. Atsu already thought that he was saved, and was going to run away with all his strength, but a huge and oppressive force flared up. Small cracks began to appear on the walls and the road near Naruto. The merchant was simply pinned to the road. He was shaking like a small and unhappy hare that a predator had found. He had already regretted 100 times that he had come here, that he had chased him. He already wanted to beg for forgiveness again, but his voice did not listen to him. In the end, he could neither say nor move anything. Slowly, leaning on his knees, the beast, stood up. His blood-red eyes, together with his sharp gaze, turned to the merchant. Again they met eyes. Atsu gave up. He couldn't look at him. He was afraid of him, scared to death. He was his real nightmare, which would stay with him for the rest of his life. All he wanted now was to get away from here, but he can't. So, giving up, he just covered his head with his hands, hoping that all this was a terrible dream, and he would finally wake up. The merchant's dream failed to come true. The overwhelming power emanating from Naruto increased slightly, and he bared his teeth. Orange chakra began to appear around his entire body, where the first tail began to form behind him. The tail of the nine-tailed fox. He menacingly directed his hatred and killing intent at the poor merchant, and like a beast, he got up on all fours. The merchant no longer understood. He only repeated that he did not want this, that he would not do it again. His subconscious tried to protect itself from this, refusing to perceive what was happening, because what he saw was the child of a monster who possessed enormous power. Naruto didn't care what the whining bastard who had hit him and nearly killed him was thinking. He braced himself for the attack. The merchant didn't react in any way other than apologizing tears, and so he was going to die. Naruto lunged forward in one leap. The merchant was only a moment away from death. But a voice came from above. Wind element. Air bullets. The voice sounded unexpectedly. And from the darkness of the rooftops, several air bullets flew into Naruto's back, forcing him to sink into the ground. A guy in a wolf mask with a kunai, Anbu, appeared in front of the whining Atsu. Naruto, calm down. Keep your strength under control. Holding his palm in front of him, the Anbu member said in a calm voice. Naruto, however, became even more furious from such an unexpected attack, and he again got on all fours in an attacking pose. Anbu began to understand that it was impossible to reach Naruto in this state, so he prepared for a defensive pose. Naruto, if you can hear me right now, stop. Didn't give up trying, Anbu. Let's calm down, your wounds are serious. If you don't stop now, you'll lose a lot more blood. While the Anbu was trying to address Naruto, he opened his mouth with sharp teeth and jumped towards the Anbu with furious speed. Only one thought flashed through Anbu's mind. Fast. He didn't have time to see the movement before a fist slammed into his chest with a furious jerk, causing him to fly back a couple of meters, but he was able to stay on his feet. Breathing heavily, the Anbu clutched his chest, his breathing becoming ragged. Damn, having such monstrous power at such a young age. The monster inside him could take control of his body, and then the whole village would be in trouble. I have no choice. I'll have to seal him away. He decided for himself. Naruto wasn't going to give the shinobi, who was shaking from the pain in his chest, any more time. Making another dash, he pounced on the Anbu with a swing of his hand. Anbu also made his move, running straight ahead with a dash. The beast didn't care what the shinobi could or was going to do. His mind was now controlled by instincts, and so instead of his nails, he had claws. There was little space left between the two. 5 meters, they did not stop. 3 meters. In a jump, Naruto looked down at the shinobi running at him. When there was a meter left, he bent down and made a huge jump over Naruto. This came as a surprise to the beast, and when he rolled over him, he used a wide strike with his claws, and hit the Anbu from his shoulder to his back. The opponents touched the ground. Naruto slid a little on 2 legs, and rushed at the shinobi again. The Anbu fell to one knee and reflexively grabbed his shoulder, closer to the wound. His pain hissed, but it was not the time to think about it. The shinobi saw Naruto approaching from behind him. There was less and less time left. Using the seals, the shinobi was about to create a technique. but a blow. A small cloud of fog became a reward for Naruto, who didn't understand anything. He looked in different directions, but there was no trace of the shinobi. Having formed the seals, Anbu used the technique. Earth release, Earth pyramid, 3 walls similar to a triangle appeared from the ground and slammed Naruto in. Sealing formations began to appear outside the pyramid. The Anbu did not remove his hands from the seal, nor did he relax, but instead carefully observed the sealing pyramid. This is my strongest sealing technique that I can do. If he can break out of it, then I will have no choice but to fight him seriously. If only he can't. There was no movement outside the pyramid. After waiting like this for several minutes, the Anbu sighed with relief. Now I'll have to tell the Hokage about this, and Anbu turned to Itsu. You. What? The merchant didn't understand. Today you will not tell anything to anyone. Keep quiet about what you saw. Do you understand me? The Anbu said sternly. The merchant nodded vigorously, and was about to leave quietly, when both noticed a crack in the pyramid. A blow from the inside, and the crack became even larger, another blow, and another. Anbu became very worried and said, "Get out of here immediately, as quickly as possible." He turned his back to the merchant. Itsu forgot how to breathe from fear, but hearing the Anbu, he gathered his strength to escape and ran a few steps, turned around, and asked in a trembling voice. Should I inform the Hokage? Itsu asked nervously. Shinobi was deep in thought. No, just run away from here. The merchant ran with his last remaining strength as far as possible from this devilish alley. Only the Anbu and the one who could break out of the pyramid remained. The blows were already audible. Now it was only a matter of measuring time, how much longer his cage would hold out. Folding his hands to seal, Anbu prepared himself. In his mind he had already roughly calculated how much time was left, if one could judge Naruto's strength before this. 3 more hits, Anbu said to himself, and with the second hit he began to collect seals. This was supposed to be the penultimate blow for Naruto, but the Anbu made a mistake and a shadow burst out of the pyramid at a furious speed right at him to strike. The Anbu froze in shock for a moment, but managed to make seals for the technique. Air element, air, KH. Before the Anbu could finish speaking, a kick landed on his right side, throwing him into the wall with incredible force. The Anbu remained conscious for a moment, and his last thought before he fell unconscious was, "Damn it. I couldn't handle it. What kind of unimaginable power is this?" Naruto looked for a few more seconds with his hateful, bestial, sharp eyes with red irises, and enveloped in orange, evil chakra, slowly, shifting from one foot to the other, walked towards the exit from the alley. A family was walking down a quiet and dark street, and a little boy was complaining. "I don't want to go to grandma's anymore. Why do we have to go to her all the time?" A boy of about 4 years old was indignant. The slightly older boy chuckled and stroked his younger brother's head with a smile. "Sasuke, the point is that on this day, we should all gather as a family. And grandma is part of our family." Instructive, but still with a smile, the elder brother said. "But why do we have to go there so often? I can't eat everything there all the time. And grandma pinches my cheek all the time. It's so unfair. I'm not that little anymore." Sasuke continued to be indignant. The woman giggled slightly, covering her mouth with her hand, and placing her hand on Sasuke's shoulder, began to explain. "But grandma loves you very much," Mikoto said with a smile. "She misses you very much, and she is very sad when you are not with us. But the food. Grandma just likes to watch you eat it. Besides, no one forced you to eat it, right?" Mikoto winked. Sasuke was about to say something, but he couldn't find a worthy answer. And as a sign of salvation, he looked at his father. Fugaku just shrugged and walked on. Sasuke pouted and lowered his head. Itachi placed his hand on his brother's shoulder in a calming manner. "It's okay, Sasuke. The main thing is that grandma was happy to see you." "Yes, but," Sasuke wanted to say, but a man jumped out of the alley ahead, running towards them. "Run! Get out of here! Run quickly!" the out-of-breath man shouted, running past them. The family watched him with astonished glances. Only Fugaku looked with narrowed eyes. "Dad," Itachi asked. "Mikoto, take the kids back. I'll handle this," Fugaku briefly instructed his wife. "What? But I want to see what's there," Sasuke objected. "Not now, Sasuke." Itachi took him by the arm and hid him behind his back. Mikoto, putting her hands on both brothers' shoulders, was about to step away when there was a crash that sounded like someone hitting a wall. Fugaku hid his family behind his back and looked warily towards the alley. From there, with slow, heavy steps, a boy came out, the same age as Sasuke, dressed in a black, worn-out t-shirt with a red stripe, and blue shorts. Around his body, orange, angry and terrifying chakra was spreading, which said that it hated everything and everyone. The boy stopped with his head down, sometimes his head twitched, and he himself clenched his fist, then let go. So he stood there. Sasuke peeked out from behind and looked at the boy curiously. Sasuke! His brother quietly shouted at him, causing him to hide back. Mikoto and Fugaku looked at the boy carefully and cautiously. Suddenly Mikoto remembered the boy's face and exclaimed. Fugaku, this is... Yes, her husband interrupted, Minato's son. Mikoto looked at Fugaku with concern, and then turned her sad gaze to the boy. I'll go to him, and you stand here. Mikoto was about to say something, but changed her mind and simply nodded. Itachi also nodded, although Sasuke tried to mumble something. Taking short but confident steps, Fugaku slowly approached Naruto. He did not react to this in any way, but simply stood in place. Fugaku, noticing this for himself, tried to address him. Your name is Naruto, right? Fugaku addressed him calmly. The boy, to Fugaku's surprise, raised his face. Tear-stained, beaten, with a bloody head. His eyes were still like those of the beast, but not angry, but sad. He did not answer, but continued to hold his face in exhaustion. Fugaku frowned, but then sighed. He sat down on one knee and addressed the boy. Why do you look like that? What happened? Naruto continued to stare at Fugaku's face for a moment before taking a deep breath and raising his head to the sky. I just wanted to eat, the boy said sadly. Fugaku looked at the boy in amazement. He wanted to say something else, but decided to remain silent and thought deeply. Fugaku extended his hand to the boy. Naruto bowed his head with interest. Already about to put his hand on the boy's shoulder, Fugaku hesitated for a second and stopped. The boy did not react to this in any way, although the interest in his eyes had disappeared. The orange chakra was still enveloping Naruto's body. Was he still possessed? He did not attack, but could calmly talk. Taking all this into account, Fugaku placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. The boy shuddered all over, as if he had just woken up. The orange chakra of the fox slowly began to go back into Naruto's body. Fugaku looked at the little boy with a complicated look. If it had been Sasuke. It was hard for him to imagine how much pain and hatred the poor child had to endure. Naruto's consciousness lasted for another moment before he fell unconscious, and Mikoto, who had managed to run up here, caught him. Itachi and Sasuke slowly approached from behind. Mikoto! Fugaku exclaimed worriedly. He can't be left like this. Mikoto pressed the boy to her chest, and was surprised. She turned her palm, where there was blood. This significantly strengthened her resolve. Please. Plainly asking. Fugaku looked at Mikoto with a very serious face. No, the problem wasn't helping Naruto, but who he was. Everyone in the village knew who the nine-tailed fox was sealed in, and how much trouble and destruction that same fox had brought to the village. It was a huge trauma for everyone, that even the Hokage couldn't do anything for him, or could, but didn't. Fugaku thought about it a lot. This boy. The son of his late friend, the Uchiha boy, who had taken on so much pain at his age. He couldn't decide. It was a very bad time for the Uchiha clan if he took him into his home, even if it was just to heal him. For one day, it didn't matter. The Uchiha clan could be accused of using the Uchiha blood in the boy to try to use him as a weapon against them. But looking at his wife, he could no longer remember politics. After all, he saw only a mother who was worried about the fate of a child, albeit not hers, but her close friends. Fugaku sighed heavily. Mom. Despite his brother's prohibitions, Sasuke ran up. Sasuke, I told you not to come near, Itachi sighed tiredly. Fugaku and Mikoto glanced at each other, and everything was decided by the look. Itachi looked at his parents, and at his younger brother, whom he took by the hand, although he was eager to see what was there. Then it's decided. Fugaku said and extended his hands. Mikoto looked at Naruto with a slightly hesitant expression and handed him over to Fugaku. They both stood up where Fugaku sighed and said, Let's go home. But, Daddy, exclaimed the displeased Sasuke, devouring with his curiosity. Sasuke. Father looked at him seriously and walked past with Naruto in his arms. Sasuke just hung his head with a disappointed sigh, but was encouraged by his brother again. Let's go, Sasuke. Itachi smiled sweetly, and Sasuke smiled back, and together they ran after their father. Mikoto turned around one last time towards the alley where Naruto came out. She was thinking about something, but with a wave of her hand she drove these thoughts away from herself, and the family went home together. Part 5 Fugaku House. The next morning, the Hokage's residence. Behind a semi-oval wooden table, on which was a tablet with the sign of the leaf, sat an old man in the traditional mantle of the head of the village, consisting of a white houri with a red bottom, and a wide hat. Smoking from his pipe, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked through the papers on the political part of Konoha, but then he put it back on the table, and with a sigh completely sank into the chair, relaxing his back, which was tormented by fatigue. At least we are going much further than the other villages. The council with Danzo insisted on accepting the treaty of the daimyo of the Land of Wind. When I doubted the need for this treaty, Danzo convinced me that in the long term, this would be an ideal opportunity for Konoha, and my warnings about starting a new conflict fell on deaf ears. It was not worth giving in to the influence of the council. It is too dangerous to leave the current state of affairs. If we refuse the treaty, we will insult the daimyo, insult Suma. Danzo, even now, I understand that over time, the Sand Village will begin to exert real external military pressure, threatening us, ultimatums. I expected everything, but they are silent, there is no ambassador, no message. Is this what you expected? It would be stupid to even hope that they so easily resigned themselves to the fact that the daimyo takes cheaper labor from another village, and they will simply tolerate it. Yeah, they are not fools. With the reduction of funding for the village, the strength of Sumi may weaken in the long term, we can really bypass it. But at what cost? Do we have time? I am very afraid of a new war. Sending children to war again. Putting the pipe in his mouth, the third took a deep breath, completely surrendering to the process, closing his eyes, and after a while, slowly released all the accumulated smoke from his mouth. He really enjoyed the calming fumes, which even made him smile slightly, but when he opened his eyes, the smile slid into concern. Maybe I'm worrying too much. I should calm down and think clearly. Yes. Lighting his pipe again, the Hokage released another stream of fumes. Suma definitely won't let us just get rich off it. We should try to negotiate, find an alternative solution that will improve the situation for both villages. At that time, let's hope that they won't rush at us in a hot-headed manner. After all, we haven't recovered from the war yet, just like them. Until then, we should keep an eye on Danzo, so that he doesn't interfere in the relations between Konoha and Suna again, and also. Sarutobi put the phone down on the table and hunched over slightly, taking another heavy, soulful sigh. In addition to the external threat, we have enough of our own internal problems. Unrest is beginning among the Uchiha clan. They're unhappy that they do not have those who sit in power. Restricting their clan can also lead to the weakening of the village, and the harshness of their actions can start unrest among the people. Thinking about the problems that had befallen him this year, the third let out a very long and drawn-out sigh, feeling as if this sigh had taken away the last of his mental strength. He looked at the row of paintings where the Hokage of the past hung, or rather, a younger one than all the other Hokage. A man still very young, beginning his adult life, black-haired with the same color eyes, Uchiha Minato. Hiruzen thought a lot about what would have happened if Minato hadn't sacrificed himself that day and received a mortal wound in the battle with the nine-tailed beast. The Uchiha clan wouldn't have resisted the village's authority, and thanks to the flexibility and determination of Minato's mind, he could have easily started to deal with the current problems, rather than a decrepit old man who couldn't even control the affairs of his old comrade. In his mind, Hiruzen had already admitted that he was incapable of running affairs, leading the people and Konoha to a bright future. Under his rule the village had already gone through 3 wars, which already speaks of his incompetence. But what's the point of blaming everything on himself now, when he needs willpower to continue the work until a worthy replacement for his role is found? Taking his pipe in his hands, the third sat for a long time, peering at the photograph of the fourth, making long streams of smoke from his mouth. I'm sorry, Minato. I'm sorry for not being able to protect the village from Danzo and the threat that loomed over us. I'm sorry for sending children to war against the will of the first. And I'm sorry for not being able to keep the promise I made to you. Your son. The Hokage was about to finish his sentence mentally when there was a knock on his door. Mr. Hokage. After looking at the fourth's photo for a while longer, the Hokage sat up straight in his chair, assumed an official look, and answered with a serious face. Come in. The door opened and an Anbu wearing a grey vest and a bear mask came out. Allow me to report. A report on the reconnaissance mission for the Jinchuriki object. The Hokage nodded in the affirmative. The subject of the Jinchuriki, also known as Uchiha Naruto on October 10th. Skip the unimportant events and get to the main thing, the Hokage calmly asked. The Jinchuriki managed to hide for almost the entire day, but when the object approached the shopping street, 3 civilians, not shinobi, saw him around the corner. A chase began, where at first the object managed to escape successfully, but they managed to catch him, where he was beaten. The Hokage felt a twinge, causing him to lower his head. Mr. Hokage, are you alright? Yes, I'm fine. Hiruzen nodded weakly, remained silent for a moment, and then continued, how serious are his wounds? Terrible, he could not defend himself. I can assume that his left arm is completely broken. There was also damage to his chest, head and ribs. He was not spared at all. In fact, he should have already been dead, and when the wolf wanted to immediately provide first aid, he noticed that the subject was still conscious and moving. Having withdrawn a little, the bear remained silent, but having made up his mind, he spoke. Lord Hokage, these wounds were so terrible that without a hospital the boy had no chance of surviving. But he miraculously managed not only to survive, but also to get up, and the next day to run, and... Enough, the Hokage calmly stopped the Anbu officer. I understand what you want to say, but this is the council's decision, I already explained. Excuse me, the bear bowed. It's okay, you can continue. The next day, the situation repeated itself. The Jinchuriki was once again being pursued, but by one person. A merchant named Itsu, from whom he tried to steal the object. Together, they ran for a very long time, especially for a child who was just yesterday on the threshold of life and death to run for so long from an adult. The chase ended towards the end of the evening. The merchant, armed with an iron weapon, hit the object on the head, after which he lost consciousness. For some reason, the merchant hesitated, after which the Jinchuriki woke up, after which the Hokage raised his right eyebrow questioningly. Well, supposedly awakened the nine-tailed fox's chakra. The Hokage's face took on a shocked look. For a moment he even froze, and then with an empty look he began to mumble something under his breath, looking away to the side. The bear did not react in any way, only lowering his head. The Hokage's face again twisted into a gloomy and serious look. Continue. The wolf tried to stop the Jinchuriki, but was unable to determine physical strength, and was thrown unconscious, and is now hospitalized. Then, the object left the incident area, where he met Fugaku-san's family. According to presumable standards, the Jinchuriki regained consciousness, since no aggressive character was observed. Fugaku-san made a decisive move and approached the object, said something, and then touched it, after which the boy fell unconscious. Fugaku-san also took the boy. Hogak frowned even more. So, after remaining silent for a moment, he is currently in the house of the head of the Uchiha clan, right? That's right, the bear nodded. Free. Eat. As the Anbu left the office, Hiruzen walked to the window behind him. In it, he saw the work of his predecessors, the work of his life, the home for which countless shinobi had given their lives. Hiruzen put his left hand behind his back out of habit and, lighting a cigarette, contemplated. I will do everything in my power to prevent the mistakes I made from destroying our village. I will do so, Minato. For everyone's sake. Fugaku House. Naruto, dragging himself from one side to the other, tried to fall asleep again, but something hot was bothering him. It is unknown how long he had been lying like that, not wanting to wake up, but everything unwanted happens, and chuckling, Naruto turned over to his right side. He put his hand under a very soft and fresh pillow, so pleasant and comfortable. But feeling the tummy in his legs, he turned over to his left side. The feeling of the unpleasant tummy did not disappear, it was so disturbing to sleep. Naruto tried to push out the enemy, which prevented him from enjoying the lying paradise, but the unpleasant tummy in his legs was replaced by a terrible cold for his legs, which forced him to return the enemy. But still, this made Naruto somehow wake up, and he felt a sharp pain in his head. Automatically grabbing his hand, Naruto hoped to overcome the pain in his head with pain from the outside, but this only made it more painful. Trying to get up, Naruto caught another sharp pain in his back, and not only in his back, his whole body was burning and aching like from the blow that had just been dealt, and trying to find something to lean on with his other hand, he felt the wall from which he had pushed himself up, and was able to sit up. At the same time, he had not yet opened his eyes, and did not even realize where he was and what he was doing. Naruto got up and rubbed his sleepy eyes, but so far, other than rubbing them, it doesn't really help him wake up and open his eyes. Putting his hands on something soft, the boy felt that it was something that prevented him from enjoying the ideal temperature, and pushed it away from himself further. Again this unpleasant cold on the body, he would like to continue wrapping himself in heat and fall asleep, but his head hurt so much that it did not allow him to fall asleep anymore. As a result, Naruto sat cross-legged for some time in a sleepy state. He had to admit that he had given up on the initial opinion that it was too cold for Naruto in his mind. It was the perfect refreshing temperature. Which meant that he was already awake in his mind. Cracking his back, and paying for it with a pinch in the rest of his body, Naruto threw himself back onto the soft and magnificent pillow. He had never felt such softness, which was why the bed seemed so good and pleasant to Naruto. It was this that Naruto tried to use to remove those sleepy eyes, but the caress of comfort lulled him to lie back down. And when he was about to give in to this temptation, he wondered why he was so comfortable. It seemed like a rather stupid question, but Naruto had never felt like he could sleep so well. Frowning, Naruto sat back down. Crossing his legs, he began to feel the soft surface of the blanket and pillow with the mattress. Everything was great. Naruto also felt a hard wall, but he should have a box. What kind of wall? This was already starting to worry and frighten the soul of an already wounded child. He began to feel and touch everything en masse. Softness, hardness, damn eyes. From irritation, Naruto, not even paying attention to the pain, wiped his eyes, and made them half open, but a very bright light of something blinded him, and did not allow him to open his eyes completely. After a few more attempts, he finally managed to open his eyes, but what he saw was not his usual place. He was lying on a snow-white bed, and only the sheets, blankets and pillow were white, on a wooden bed. On the walls were dark blue wallpaper, where in the corner on the opposite side from him stood a wardrobe with another smaller one, a chest of drawers, and there was also a chair with a table. The light that blinded him turned out to be the light from the street from the window. His bed was turned from the wooden door with its back, to the window with its front. The boy himself turned out to be dressed in blue pajamas with pants, with white buttons. Naruto immediately grabbed his clothes, wincing in fear in all directions. Where am I? Where? What happened to me? I died. The first thing that came to mind turned out to be absurd, but fear has big eyes. Naruto got out of bed and slowly, making short pauses and quietly, slapped his bare feet to the window. In it, he saw people passing by through the glass. They were all dressed in black or a green vest, but the boy could recognize these people. These were the people Naruto was a member of, the Uchiha clan. Why is he here? The first thought that popped into his head was he with that nasty guy who wanted to kill him? And most importantly, what should I do? Going through his already hackneyed memories, Naruto heard the click of the door opening and immediately hid behind the corner of the bed, pressing his whole body against it and hugging his knees, hoping that he wouldn't be found. Itachi entered the room with a tray. Opening the door with his back, he squeezed sideways through the opening, and walked slowly and carefully, trying not to wake the sleeping man, tiptoed to the table. Putting down the tray, Itachi came closer to the bed, but frowned slightly. It seemed that something was wrong. He lightly touched the blanket, nodded to himself, and by the sound it seemed he left, while closing the door. Naruto covered his mouth with his hands to make as little noise as possible from his breathing. It had saved him many times. It seemed to have saved him this time too. He heard Itachi's steps, heard him leave, and saw steam from above, most likely from what was on the tray. Deciding that the intruder had already left, Naruto wanted to look out of the corner of his eye through the hole in the pillow at the door, and was about to pull himself up and squat down, but he felt a hand on his shoulder, which made him shudder. Slowly turning his head, he saw Itachi, who had just left. "Hello, have you had enough sleep yet?" Itachi asked with a friendly smile. In response, he received a cry full of fear. Mikoto immediately ran into the room, followed by little Sasuke. Together they watched the picture of Itachi trying to calm the little child with a crooked smile, who seemed to be trying to become as small as possible in his corner, with tears in his eyes full of fear, and hiding in his knees. "Itachi, what happened?" Mikoto asked worriedly. "Well, I went into the room to bring in some rice, and I see that he's not in the bed. I noticed him at the corner, and I decided to go over. I really didn't know that he would react so sharply," Itachi answered very honestly. Sasuke looked at Naruto strangely and asked with a grin. "Is he just crying and afraid because he's scared? How is he going to become a shinobi if he's so easily scared and brought to tears?" Sasuke continued to speak with a grin. Mikoto looked at her youngest son with displeasure and said demandingly, "Sasuke." From the tone, the younger Uchiha understood that it was better not to continue, and muttering something under his breath, he crossed his arms in an offended tone. The elder Uchiha stepped back and freed the mother who had approached the crying boy, and she knelt down and tried to cheer him up. "Don't be afraid, nothing will threaten you." Mikoto wanted to start, but was interrupted by the boy's sharp cries. "It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Please don't hit me. I beg you. I didn't do anything bad. Let me go. I beg you," Naruto screamed, shaking his head on his knees. "You haven't done anything wrong, and we, pointing to ourselves, won't do anything to you either. You have nothing to be afraid of. Calm down, breathe deeply, rest." After repeating the same phrases a little more, only to himself, the boy stopped saying anything at all and simply buried his face in his knees, not intending to show it. And from then on, her words were ignored. Fortunately, she at least calmed him down somehow. After leaving the room, Mikoto sighed heavily, holding her head. Itachi, Sasuke, Naruto is very afraid of the unknown situation for him now. He has experienced a very big trauma for himself, and therefore please do not offend him. Okay. Mikoto looked questioningly at the brothers, but concentrated her gaze on Sasuke. PFFT. Sasuke snorted. Okay, and loudly stamping his feet, with pouting lips, he left, loudly slamming his door. His brother and mother just looked at his back, and then at each other. Naruto needs time to come to his senses now, but it looks like he won't let me near him. Mikoto looked sadly at the door. Maybe you should try talking to him later to explain everything. Itachi nodded and watched his mother leave, and he looked at the door and sighed. I'll try, he said to himself out loud, and also leaving the room, he went outside for training. Commentary on Part 5 Fugaku House. Guys, I'm very sorry the chapters don't come out so often, but you understand, writing, as it turns out, is not as easy as it seems at first glance. I try to enjoy the process and the story I come up with, but these same doubts constantly get in the way. How do I write it? What do I say? How do I do it? Basically, I spend half my time asking myself how, and then writing. I actually tried to explain why chapters take so long to come out. Good evening. Part 6 Fugaku House, Part 2. It had been 6 hours since Naruto had first seen the Fugaku family. During that time, he hadn't moved from his spot, and continued to sit in the corner with his head in his knees, periodically shedding tears. He was a child. By this time, Mikoto had tried to feed him 3 times, but all 3 times, Naruto ignored and even resisted the woman's kindness, and in the end, the long cold bowl of rice remained untouched. This made Mikoto worry, but all she could do was sigh sadly. She didn't know what approach to take to get the boy to at least listen to her. By this time Sasuke was sitting at the kitchen table, grumbling under his breath, while eating rice and beef for lunch. Although he had no appetite, he simply ate a little rice, poking at the meat with chopsticks, leaning on his hand on the table. Mikoto was coming down, quietly sighing, mentally tired and exhausted. She passed by Sasuke, which he did not appreciate, and burned his mother's back with an angry and frowning look. The woman took a bowl for herself and sat down at the table, and Sasuke's face took on a displeased look again, burying himself in his plate. Mikoto looked at Sasuke and greeted with a weak smile. Enjoy your meal, Sasuke. Aha, he nodded weakly. The two began to eat in silence, at least one of them did. Noticing that the younger Uchiha was not eating anything, Mikoto sighed again, weakly and quietly, and placed her hand on Sasuke's. Darling, is something wrong? Mom said tenderly. Nothing. Sasuke turned away. Mikoto smiled lightly but cheerfully, hiding it with her palm. No matter what, her small, mischievous, but cute son could even lift her spirits like that. Are you jealous because Naruto took over your old room? No. Mikoto cut him off abruptly and giggled contentedly, causing Sasuke to become slightly embarrassed and pout even more. Maybe. Sasuke, you yourself said that you don't like it in your room anymore, and that you want to be, slightly correcting himself, that you want to live in the same room with your brother. No more. Looking at Mikoto's face. I want to go back to my old room. This is my room. Affirmatively slammed his small fist on the table. Already smiling guiltily, Mikoto sighed and placed her hands on top of each other on the table. You understand that it's not possible now. I don't care. I want to go back to my room, and let him go. And anyway, getting up from the table, the younger Uchiha pushed his chair back. Why did we take him into our house? Why did father decide this? Why don't you explain anything? Demandingly shouting. Sasuke. No, he stamped his foot. We were all walking together yesterday. And when we stopped, you forbade me to look at what happened there, and you ran off somewhere with dad, and then he appeared in your arms. I don't understand why there is so much attention to him. The whole rest of yesterday evening, all this night and even this morning. He takes up all your time. Even my brother went to see him, and I can't even go in and look. It's not fair. Proudly sticking out his chest, Sasuke shouted very demandingly with his fists. Mikoto frowned and looked at Sasuke very seriously. It had to be that way, Sasuke. What? Exclaiming in surprise. But. I understand that this may be hard for you right now, but please, for your father's sake, be patient for at least a few more days. Then we will explain everything. Sasuke frowned. He didn't like that answer. That means that this boy will be in this house, in his room, for a few more days. No. It's not fair. He came and takes all your attention. Sasuke wanted to continue, but immediately realized that he had said too much and wanted to change the subject. What does father have to do with it? Again hitting the floor with his foot. Mikoto sighed, placing her hand on her forehead, massaging it. Okay, Mikoto said, giving in. In reality, Naruto is connected to the entire clan, and what will happen to him, and whether he stays here, will depend entirely on your father and the clan council's decision. Father and the clan council. Sasuke repeated, his eyes wide with surprise. Naruto is connected to the whole clan. What nonsense. He's just a child, just like me. Why would the clan be interested in him? The younger Uchiha thought to himself, at the same time hanging in place, he thought and at the same time denied such a great significance. Why, unlike the son of the head, more attention, and moreover from the whole clan, was given to an orphan? No, Sasuke stamped on the spot. This is not true. This can't be. I don't believe it. And he ran towards the stairs. I don't believe it, shouting one last time, until he ran out of the kitchen. Mikoto extended her hand to stop him, and was about to say something, but changed her mind, sighed sadly and continued chewing rice. Even if she kept silent now, later he would react in the same way, and maybe even more so, because when Fugaku came, they would still talk about the greater value of this child. This is how she calmed herself down. Sasuke ran to the stairs. Grabbing the railing and stepping on the first step, Sasuke stopped. He was very worried inside, and doubts appeared on his face, but still, in the end, denying everything, he took another step, and began to think again. But not about Naruto becoming the center of attention, but about the fact that he could now offend his mother, and... No. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke began to stomp up until the first of 3 wooden frames with photographs did not meet him on the way. He began to stop until a photograph of his family was hanging very close to him. Here was sealed the wedding event of his family, his mother and father. Fugaku was in the traditional black haori with big sleeves, and Mikoto in a white haori, with her hair tied in a bun. Together, they smiled happily, holding hands. Sasuke's heart warmed slightly, and with a sigh, all the bad thoughts and worries seemed to go away. Sasuke smiled slightly, and rising higher, he looked at the next frame. It was a happy moment, a photo of Itachi's birth. This photo was taken the day after he was born. In it, Mikoto was lying on the bed, holding the baby in her arms with a smile, wrapped in white. In it he was so calm, just like now. And Fugaku at the same time was smiling contentedly, sitting on a chair nearby. This made Sasuke laugh a little. From the sight of such a small and cute child in the photo, he grew up to big stars, of course, only in Sasuke's eyes. But this did not cancel the fact that the younger brother admires the elder very much, because he was recognized. He is a genius of his generation, the pride of the Uchiha clan, family and most importantly his father. In his dreams, he also dreamed of being the same, to be needed and recognized not only by his clan, but also by the village, so that everyone admired him and his family, so that he was not a simple shadow. Slightly saddened by the thought that he was comparing himself to Itachi again, he moved on to the last photo. It was the best of Sasuke. A photo of the whole family, mom, dad, brother and him. All 4 family members were standing in an embrace smiling in the photo. The proud father with his arms crossed, the mother on the right, putting her hand on her husband's shoulder and the other on Sasuke's shoulder, and the brother, who was also hugging his little brother and smiling sweetly. It was a very joyful and warming holiday every day in this house. It contains everything that is truly worth cherishing. And this same fact saddened Sasuke even more. He felt a great pang of conscience. He had just unfairly yelled at his mother and accused the other of taking away his attention. The boy himself would not admit it, but he understood that it was so, that he was jealous of the attitude, even if with a short period of time, of another child his age. He began to feel unnecessary. Well, how is he feeling? Sasuke asked himself. Isn't he feeling worse? According to his mother, he has no family at all, no one to rely on. Isn't it lonely? Sasuke had already climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor, and without noticing it, he stopped in front of the door where Naruto was now. He came out of his mental dissonance and turned his head towards the door. He did not dare. Should I come back later? Sasuke asked himself uncertainly. He himself no longer understood whether he wanted to go in or not. And in such situations he recalled his father's words that if you started doing something, then you should finish it to the end, although this was more related to the fact that Sasuke refused to eat on the day these words were spoken. Still, having made up his mind, Sasuke knocked on the door twice. Can I come in? There was silence in response. I'm coming in. Everything was the same as in the morning. Nothing was left untouched. After walking a few steps, Sasuke turned left and right, confirming his guess, and stopped, stupidly staring at the child sitting in the corner. Are you really still sitting there? Sasuke exclaimed in surprise. Naruto didn't answer. You might catch a cold. Get up and eat. Leaning even harder on his knees, Naruto ignored him again. Sasuke was starting to get annoyed with him. Why don't you appreciate the care you've been given? Come on, just eat. Grabbing Naruto's arm, Sasuke tried to pull him out of the corner, but Naruto began to resist. No, please, I don't want to. Naruto began to struggle violently, screaming and trying to push himself back. Sasuke, who had not expected such resistance, quickly let go, and Naruto pressed himself more tightly against the corner, and with his face to the bed, he was pressed into his knees. Looking at Naruto with a complex look, Sasuke wanted to say something, but nothing calming came to mind, and sighing, he simply sat with his back to the wall, resting his head on one of his knees, and looked at the opposite wall. Look, I didn't want to hurt you. It's just that you haven't eaten anything since this morning. Mom is worried about you, you know. Naruto only twitched, and it seemed that he wanted to turn around, but as soon as he started, he quickly rested back on his knees. Sasuke didn't notice it. I don't know why you don't want to eat. I don't know how we offended you. But forgive me, okay? I'm very sorry that I could hurt you. Looking at Naruto's back, but the answer was silence. Sasuke sighed, and again leaned on his knee. Maybe we can talk about what you like. What are you interested in? I like to play and train with my brother. He is very good at throwing shurikens and kunai. He is simply amazing at it. I once saw him throw 3 targets at once with one swing. Can you imagine? And he is also an excellent taijutsu expert. They said that he is a genius of his generation, that he is born once in 100 years. With shining eyes, in one breath Sasuke said everything, but when he came to his senses he noticed that he got a little carried away, and with a stupid smile he scratched the back of his head. Sorry. I just really admire my brother. And smiling slightly, looking at the ceiling, Sasuke continued, I dream of surpassing him someday, or at least becoming equal, so that we could train together, and together receive a father's pride for his sons. And slightly drooping, I know, such a dream, although no, rather a goal, but for me it is very important, because then I can become one of the strongest shinobi in the village. And you, do you have a dream or a goal? Sasuke asked, turning to Naruto. A few moments passed, and Sasuke already thought that he was ignored again, but unexpectedly for him, Naruto answered. I don't know, he said timidly. What? I didn't understand, Sasuke, but I didn't get an answer. Hey, well, can you please repeat that? Turning to Naruto and sitting on his knees, Sasuke asked excitedly. I don't know, still timidly, Naruto said. You don't know, but why? Naruto remained silent once again, but Sasuke did not give up and tried to continue the conversation, but with a pouting lip. Okay, if you don't want to answer, I won't force you. But maybe you could at least tell me what you like. Naruto thought for a moment, then raised his head slightly and replied. Cats. Cats, Sasuke asked again, and received a nod from the back of his head. Cats. Oh. Can you tell me why you like them? Thinking again, Naruto began timidly and slightly hesitantly. Well, they, soft and fluffy, very cute. They help to calm down when you're feeling down. I really like them. Ha, Sasuke looked at Naruto in surprise and smiled widely. Cats. I didn't know they could be so cool. Having greatly raised his spirits with his new friend, Sasuke again wanted to try to look at his new friend. Listen, could you please turn around and face me? Mom said it's not polite to talk with your back to the person you're talking to, and he added, if you want, of course. Naruto, still uncertain, but still, slowly turned his back to the wall with his legs hugged, but his head raised. His face was sad and slightly thoughtful, and Sasuke looked at his new friend's face with great interest. Smiling slightly happily, you look okay, at least you're not scary, why were you hiding? Sasuke smiled. Maybe we should introduce ourselves. My name is Sasuke, what's yours? Extending his hand for a handshake, Naruto glanced at the hand out of the corner of his eye and hesitantly extended his hand as well. Naruto. Sasuke was very happy in his soul that he could at least achieve that the boy spoke to him, and his mother failed to do this. He was very proud of himself. Naruto. What an unusual name, but still, it suits you, Sasuke said with a smile, and Naruto became slightly embarrassed. Tell me, are you by any chance from the Uchiha clan? You have the same black hair and eyes, Sasuke noted. Naruto nodded slightly, and the Uchiha's eyes lit up and he smiled even wider. Ooh, so you're my clanmate. Also an Uchiha. You're much cooler than the rest of the clan. They're either arrogant or stupid, which is not interesting at all. And you're not like that at all. You're very timid and shy. That's so cool, Sasuke giggled. Seeing the slight darkening, the younger Uchiha calmed down his ardor. Sorry, it's just that I haven't talked to guys my age in a long time. Well, that's why I got a little carried away. Sasuke scratched his head apologetically. Naruto glanced at Sasuke with some curiosity out of the corner of his eye, but tried not to show it. Suddenly, Sasuke had an idea in his head about how to get Naruto out of the room. The simplest and most banal. Listen, aren't you tired of sitting here? He asked his newfound friend directly. Hey. You might not think it, but Naruto didn't want to sit in one place all day. He was just afraid of doing something that would anger the adults here. So he decided to just close himself off so as not to screw up. And so when Sasuke mentioned it, he had Naruto's full attention. What do you mean? Smiling slyly, he said. Do you want to play? Play? Naruto asked, genuinely surprised. Aha, he nodded in agreement. How is that? Sasuke was stunned. Don't you know what it means to play? Sasuke yelled. Naruto shook his head, and Sasuke grabbed his head. Slightly, he began to understand why he was getting so much attention. But, having gathered his resolve, he declared. Then I'll teach you. Will you teach me? Yes, but for that, I want you to fulfill my condition. First, so that you eat. During the game we can get tired, and you can get tired much faster if you're hungry. And secondly, pointing at Naruto, change from your pajamas to regular clothes. How long can you sit in them? Naruto looked at his blue pajamas and shrugged. I don't have another one. Then I'll give you mine. I have a lot of it. You just need to ask Mom. My. Now then you eat and change your clothes. Sit on the bed. I'll come running now. Before Naruto could finish speaking, Sasuke stood up, took the bowl of rice, and quickly ran out of the room, closing the door behind him, and he smiled slightly encouraged. Quickly stomping down the steps, Sasuke quickly attracted the attention of the surprised Mikoto, who was still eating her lunch. Sasuke, why are you running? Mom, can you please, give Naruto some clothes and a new plate? Slightly out of breath, Sasuke handed the cup to Mikoto. Naruto, she raised herself slightly. Oh, yes, of course. After transferring the hot rice to a new plate, Mikoto herself, together with Sasuke, carried Naruto to the room, and when she entered, she was surprised. Naruto, although dejected, was sitting on the bed, awkwardly looking away. Even if she couldn't do it, her son could do it. Putting the rice on the table, she began to leave the room. Along the way Mikoto smiled at Sasuke, and received a wider and prouder smile in response. I'll find some clothes now, you don't have to rush. It took about 15 minutes before Mikoto and Sasuke were able to find a suitable cast-off for Naruto. Surprisingly, Sasuke's clothes did not fit Naruto, and instead, Itachi's clothes were more suitable. A black collared t-shirt with the Uchiha clan emblem on the back, with black shorts, the same ones Itachi had worn when he attended the academy. That's all there is, sorry, Sasuke smiled awkwardly. Naruto took the clothes in his hands and, looking around a little, said. Can you please go out so I can change? Naruto said timidly. We're both boys, what's there to be embarrassed about? Please, Naruto insisted. Okay. Sasuke left the room under the gaze of Mikoto, who folded her arms over her chest, while Naruto changed into his new and no longer needed by Itachi clothes. Sasuke decided to support his friend. He also decided to change into a dark blue collared t-shirt, with the same logo on the back, and black shorts. Sasuke grabbed Naruto's hand and dragged him down the stairs, already putting on his sandals. Mikoto tried to hide her excitement, but it was not working well, even if the children themselves did not notice it. Should Naruto go outside with Sasuke now? Because if ordinary civilians, shinobi or clan members saw him, something unexpected could happen, and Sasuke did not know about it yet. But if you look at it from the other side, Naruto only now began to open up to her all day. It is very difficult to watch a child suffer, even if he is not hers, but her best friend, so at least she could pay tribute to her, and her hero husband. Torn between duty and compassion, Mikoto chose duty. As much as she wished Naruto could be a normal child for a little while, he wasn't normal. If she could ensure his safety now, there would definitely be another chance in the future. Both Naruto's fear and uncertainty, as he tried to explain that he shouldn't go out to others and be seen, were ignored by Sasuke, but they added confidence and strengthened her resolve to stop both of them. With a sigh, Mikoto, somewhat reluctantly, wanted to tell the boys this. Okay, let's go through the backyard then, and from there we can exit safely, where no one will see us for sure, said Sasuke. Mikoto, determined to stop the two boys, was surprised and smirked. If so, be careful. Yeah. Sasuke nodded while Naruto tried to send a look for help. Grabbing the limp Naruto by the door threshold again, the boys ran around the corner, where they came out into the backyard. And Mikoto, leaning against the door, watched the boys with annoyance and sadness. She was still worried about both of them, and what could happen to them if they were found. She hoped that she had not made a mistake for an unforgiven debt. Naruto and Sasuke climbed over the fence and came out to the small alleys. The Uchiha territory was not so busy, to the luck of both, at least that's what Naruto thought. Getting there by short transitions, Sasuke complained that maybe it was fun at first, but it was starting to get boring, and Naruto still insisted that it had to be done this way, and although Sasuke didn't like it, he had already hammered into his head that this was most likely related to the fact that Naruto was an orphan or something else. There were few guesses. About 15 minutes passed, and the guys reached the shinobi training field. A vast clearing with thick, green, soft grass took Naruto's breath away. This was the first time he went to such places, because he usually walked along the alleys of Konoha, and even if he wanted to escape from the village, he was returned. It had always been like this. Naruto considered the village an unfair prison from which there was no escape. The village was full of despair, that's how he characterized it. But walking with Sasuke through these beautiful meadows, he got rid of these thoughts. He really liked walking in a new and unfamiliar place. And in the distance, a wide and vast forest was visible. As they approached, it became larger and larger, until it became completely huge compared to the guys. But with the pace of interest, the degree of fear also increased. He could not leave Konoha, otherwise both of them could get it, and Naruto decided to say this directly. With Sasuke, I can't leave the village, otherwise there might be problems, Naruto said, poking Sasuke's shoulder uncertainly. Problems? Sasuke was surprised. What did you do that they won't let you out of the village? Uchiha raised an eyebrow, but Naruto only looked away as a sign of silence, and with a sigh, Sasuke gave in. Okay, I won't bore you with questions. But you know, Sasuke turned to face Naruto, and his back to the forest. The Uchiha outfit suits you very well. Naruto perked up a little and without noticing it, he made a barely noticeable smile. But she's still not mine. True, but that doesn't change the fact that it suits you, right? Although you're very different from the rest of the Uchihas. Sasuke noted, too timid and shy, as I already said, usually the boys and girls from the Uchiha clan are arrogant and proud, of course, not all, but the majority. And you, Naruto, even from this minority stand out too much. Tell me, why didn't you live on the clan's territory before? I was afraid, Naruto answered instantly. What? Well, slightly hanging his head, Naruto thought about the answer, but thought it was worth being a little frank. When else would such a chance come? I thought, I think that they might not accept me here as well as in the village. They will drive me away, or maybe something even worse. Although what could be worse than the life I live now? He wanted to add later, but swallowed, decided that it was not worth it. Naruto admitted at least to himself. Not admit it. What a stupid reason. You're an Uchiha. Wait, did you say in the village? Realizing the last thought, Sasuke was slightly dumbfounded and stopped, almost tripping and falling, and looking seriously at Naruto, asked. Are you saying that you are being beaten in the village? No. Sasuke, I don't want to talk about it. Having decided to end this conversation as quickly as possible, Naruto simply stared at the ground, and Sasuke only clicked his tongue in displeasure and disappointment, but deep down he sighed, only occasionally glancing at Naruto. The boys had already come very close to the entrance to the forest, where they stopped. Sasuke, I told you I can't go any further. Sasuke turned to his friend with crossed arms, reproachfully and with a hint of displeasure. I understood it when you first told me about it. Don't repeat the same thing to me over and over again. Clutching his forehead, the younger Uchiha sighed tiredly. Since you are so unenlightened, let me explain. This forest is still part of the village. We do not go beyond its borders, but still remain in it, because this forest is one of the training grounds of the shinobi, where they can train in the practice of taijutsu and ninjutsu. Such a big village. I didn't know. Thank you for telling me. Naruto bowed low. Sasuke turned his back with a very tired sigh and walked into the forest with a smug face. Naruto followed hesitantly. The deeper the boys went into the forest, the more often Naruto turned back more and more, but there were no thoughts in his head about running. He admired the view around, and what was ahead was also beautiful behind. A beautiful landscape of rustling leaves, how beautifully they blew forward with the wind, how gentle the road was, with flowers he had never seen before, and how it smelled there. Naruto sighed and enjoyed every breath. It was like the smell of freedom, the smell of real nature, where he could not get to in any way. Naruto looked closely and stopped at every little thing, hoping to enjoy every second that passed, in the hope of not forgetting it. And Sasuke simply walked slower to give Naruto time to admire ordinary, in his opinion, things, but still, someone else's happiness gave his own, although he himself was worried that by the time they reached the destination, they would have looked through the entire forest or would not reach it at all. After walking like this for a couple more minutes, the guys heard dull blows against trees somewhere in the distance. Ooh. Here we come. The boys came to a very small clearing where a lone figure stood quietly. Holding 3 shurikens between his fingers, he did a somersault with one big jump, hitting all 6 targets right on target, all with his eyes closed. It's him, Itachi. Hurry, let's run. The boys ran up to the fallen log and dove for it, spying on the older Uchiha secretly. And when he did his somersault with his eyes closed and hit all the targets, they couldn't help but let out a collective cry of admiration. Wow. Itachi opened his eyes at the moment and looked towards the boys. Naruto immediately jumped down, and Sasuke, still in the euphoria of his brother's coolness, did not have time to react in time, which is why he was caught red-handed. Sasuke only smiled stupidly and scratched the back of his head apologetically. Coming closer, Itachi calmly, as if he had even expected this, asked. Sasuke, what are you doing here? Itachi wanted to say, but interrupted himself and saw Naruto, not listening to Sasuke's loud compliments and delight. He, in turn, looked from side to side, confused, trying to find a place where he could still hide, but sadly realizing that it would not work, simply lowered his head in embarrassment. Itachi was slightly surprised. Even though he didn't want to start communicating, somehow Sasuke still managed to become friends with him. I didn't doubt him, so it was acceptable. But why is he here? If Sasuke can still do it, why did Mom let Naruto be here? After all, she, more than anyone else, should understand that it could be dangerous for him to go out now. While Itachi was thinking, he glanced at Sasuke out of the corner of his eye. After exchanging glances at each other for a while, Itachi smiled contentedly at his younger brother, who at that moment responded with a wide and equally contented smile. Turning his gaze back to Naruto, Itachi's sympathy for the boy was oozing out. Mikoto hadn't let him see what was on Naruto's body, but with how desperately she tried to hide it, and the rumors that were flying around the village about the demon boy, it was natural to paint a picture of how terrible his life had been. That was what was most upsetting, Konoha's politics, the will of the first, would this world never leave children alone? Shaking from the thoughts he had experienced, Itachi came back to reality. He couldn't help him make amends for the past, but he could give him a good future, where he would go next or what would happen to him. Itachi just wanted to calm him down a little, it was the least he could do. Jumping over the log, Itachi sat on one knee and looked at Naruto carefully. He continued to lower his head in embarrassment. It seemed he remembered the morning incident, it even made him smile slightly. Slowly but decisively, as if it was natural, you put his hand on Naruto's head. Itachi smiled and combed it. Good to see you again, Naruto. Did you sleep well? Aha, Naruto nodded awkwardly. I hope next time you won't hide from me and scream. It's a bit too loud for a normal morning. Sorry. It's okay, I can understand why you did that. The main thing is that you've calmed down now. Well, since the opportunity presented itself, let me introduce myself again. My name is Itachi Uchiha. I'm Sasuke's older brother. Would you like to know me? Yes. Naruto nodded humbly. Itachi smiled at him again and turned to Sasuke. Shouldn't you be at home helping your mother, looking after Naruto? Itachi asked questioningly. Well, Sasuke scratched his head. These were the circumstances. I went to see him, he was sitting, we talked a little, and eventually I suggested that he go for a walk, and he agreed. Besides, I would really like to see that shuriken trick of yours again, brother. Maybe while you're here, you could teach me, huh? Sasuke asked, making pleading eyes. What did Mom say? She let go. Let go, Itachi repeated without changing his face. Yes, nodding affirmatively. Well, brother, don't change the subject, please teach me. Well, while you're here, you can, Well, please. Itachi thought about something and smiled guiltily. Sorry Sasuke, but after training I'm very tired, my arms hurt, let's do it later. Well, brother, you always come home tired, it's so unfair. Crossing his arms over his chest, Sasuke theatrically turned away and pouted. Well, I'm sorry. Maybe I'll take a walk with you instead. Sasuke immediately turned to his brother and muttered. But you said you were tired. He said his arms hurt, but his legs were fine. Sasuke still theatrically pretended to be thinking, and pretending to have made a decision with some difficulty, he nevertheless agreed. Okay, but you, brother, will have to play with us. Okay, Itachi nodded. Well, there you go. You're like ALW. Really, thanks, brother. Sasuke pounced on him with a hug after patting Sasuke on the back. Itachi turned to Naruto, who was looking at him and then at Sasuke with a confused look. Well, will you come with us? Me. Naruto was surprised. Well, Let's go. Sasuke jumped up. The more people, the more fun it is to play. Play, but I don't know how. It's okay, we'll teach you. Taking Naruto by the hand, Sasuke dragged him further into the forest, and Itachi walked alongside him. What are we going to play? Itachi leaned slightly towards the younger ones. Sasuke thought for a moment, but after a moment, he shouted. Let's play tag. Catch up. Naruto repeated. Yes, you don't know how. Starting with enthusiasm and ending with annoyance, Sasuke said, anyway, look, now let's say Itachi becomes water, and our task is to run away from him as long as possible until he touches one of us, and then we will have to run after the others, with the goal of catching up. Having explained instructively. Run and catch up? Naruto asked a little awkwardly. Yes, you just need to touch me or Itachi when you catch up, and then he will become water. Naruto's face darkened, remembering his previous attempts to run but not catch up. He didn't want to ruin the guys' mood while they were walking so cheerfully, but he felt a little uncomfortable playing something like that. But today was the first time he left the house in one piece, and with his first friend, it was worth at least trying. Don't you want to? We can try something else then. No. Sasuke cut Naruto off abruptly. Let's play catch up, the decider declared. Having decided to play in his heart, Naruto clenched his fist tightly. He was still afraid, but in order not to be a burden, he had to try. Itachi patted Naruto on the shoulder with a smile. Then I'll give you a head start. Then let's run. Grabbing Naruto, who didn't understand anything, by the hand, Sasuke jumped forward, after which the boys, running through the broad-leaved and beautiful green forest far ahead. It was one of the most wonderful days in Naruto's entire life, the day when he first met his new friends, when he first played in a large and free forest, where there were no prohibitions. It was a land of freedom, which breathed as never before freely for him. The whole world seemed different, not so dark and scary, but with friends, it seemed to be filled with laughter and joy. Having experienced for the first time what a game is, and what it is like to play with others, Naruto at first did not understand what was required of him, but under the explanations of both brothers, he began to get into the swing of things. The three of them ran after each other, touching and running away. Naruto did not remember the last time he laughed so much. But it was not limited to just tag, there was also hide and seek, a game called freeze, a racing game between Naruto and Sasuke, where Itachi was the judge. All this continued for a long time, until the evening, where the guys were already on their own wave, sitting together, without any embarrassment or misunderstanding, by the fire. Having finally forgotten about the whole past, Naruto was simply happy to dream. There was noise and hubbub everywhere. The people who sat in the circle and further away argued and swore, not finding a common opinion, because of which there was a threat of a solution by violence, and only one, sitting on a step higher on a stone throne, patiently listened to every cry of indignation. One of the group, who was more irritated than the others, jumped up from his seat and shouted loudly. What's the point of arguing if we all understand what we should strive for? The Uchiha must be united, and the village council has no right to separate us from each other. Aruma declared hotly. Are you crazy? Damn it, Aruma, sit down. Do you think we can just go and argue with the council's decision? Some people were indignant at how arrogantly Aruma began to shout right in the middle of the meeting, while the other part also supported the young blood, which was the same young blood. He speaks correctly. We do not owe them anything. Uchiha are united. It is the clan's right, and he is an Uchiha, which means he must be with the clan. Let them go to hell with the decisions, we won't abandon ours. Without coming to a general opinion, the old man who sat next to the stone throne looked at everyone with a sharp gaze, and looking at the head, he gave him a sign, and gritting his teeth, began to shout at the walking youth who provoked and behaved in an inappropriate manner at the meeting and at the rest. Silence. Silence at the meeting. Let the clan leader speak. Silence, everyone. Gradually the hum died down, and all eyes were fixed on the head of the clan. Fugaku, sitting calmly on his throne, also calmly said, "We can't do this." "Why?" the same Aruma exclaimed. "Don't you understand what this could mean for the clan?" "Damn it, Aruma, how dare you argue with the head of the K?" Seeing Fugaku's stopping palm, the old man pulled himself together, but remained dissatisfied. "Aruma," Fugaku said tiredly, "we can't do this to him. Minato gave his life for the village, and became a hero. If we do this to his son, then who will we be after this act? How will we be different from the council?" Aruma spat and looked proudly at the head. "That we don't abandon our own. And yet, Naruto should have a chance to take revenge on him. Chief, you yourself understand that if we can use the Nine Tails for our own interests, and not the interests of the village, then we can get back what we lost after Minato." Fugaku frowned and simply remained silent, giving his opponent a chance to speak out to the end, and turning to the people around him, he began to declare just as passionately. "Minato was the best of us. Strength, intelligence, reaction, it was all about him. He was the genius of our clan, he was a decent family man, a good friend, and a great comrade. He was the one who could have become the head of the clan, but he refused. He was a decisive man, brave in his actions, and at the same time flexible in his ideas. He was a man to be admired, and he was admired as the Black Lightning of Konoha. His fame was so great that the other villages put out a special order that if they saw Black Lightning, they would retreat immediately. He was that great." Aruma addressed the crowd, surrounded by supportive jubilation and agreement, and continued looking straight at the head. And this same man, on a day that should have been a holiday for him, turned out to be a day of death. He repelled the attack of the masked man, and the nine-tailed fox, and with his valuable life, receiving a mortal wound, lying next to his wife who stopped the fox's attack, he saved his son, and with him the entire village. But with him, the Uchiha clan's hope of changing everything died. The fourth Hokage was the only one who could save our clan from dishonor, from false slander, and yet the council even after this demands that Naruto be returned to them. Not to return him to the clan, but still to drive him around the village like a dog. Does he deserve this? Aruma spoke loudly. Taking a deep breath, Fugaku tried to remain calm, although beads of sweat had already started to flow in several places. Gritting his teeth tightly, the leader straightened up, raising his head high to show his status. But even though he wanted to say something, the old man was the first to pass him. "You're suggesting that we use the boy as a weapon. How can you even have the decency to talk about his father like that? You, the little brat." Grinding his teeth, the old man was already developing his wits. He had witnessed Minato's rise, he was the pride of the clan, and it was becoming increasingly painful for him to hear such nonsense from someone who didn't even know him well. Frowning at the old man, Aruma calmed down a little, but the evil look did not stop for a second. "It's better than giving him to them. The power Naruto will gain if he stays will help him in the future, won't it, Chief?" He turned his gaze to the chief. "We didn't start this. Despite our contribution and support to this village, they don't trust us. They think we're blind and naive. They baselessly accuse us. One of the founding clans." Aruma hissed. "Tell me, Chief, at least something. You don't like the way our clan is treated either, right?" And imagine what he had to endure, how he was treated all this time. He was also blamed for the fox's attack, and they consider him a demon. And if you consider that he is one of ours, here is proof of the hatred with which he was tortured, and now he will not be better, because everyone already knows where the little demon child has disappeared to lately. The whole village is chattering about it. We also suffered from this, but is it worth blaming him? No, we should redirect our anger, and Naruto's anger, to the real offenders. Slowly approaching Fugaku, Aruma watched, turning on his Sharingan. "Take back what is rightfully ours. Take back our power, our pride. Come on, make up your mind, Chief." Fugaku jumped up sharply and also activated his Sharingan, and grabbing Aruma by the collar, he shouted deeply and clearly. "I will not use a defenseless child as a weapon, nor will I allow his fate to be determined without his consent. So ask him yourself," Aruma said with difficulty. "Ask him if he wants it or not." Fugaku thought deeply, closing his eyes, and letting go of Aruma, who threw himself on the ground like a potato. The argument about what fate the boy would have continued for a long time, and Fugaku simply listened tiredly, immersed in his thoughts. It was already evening when Fugaku returned to his home. The clan council had not come to a unanimous opinion. No one wanted to retreat from their rightness, because everyone considered themselves right in this. They demanded from the head that Naruto be brought to the clan council to ask him directly about what fate he wanted to see in the future, and already starting from his words, put pressure either on the village council or on the hot blood of the Uchiha under the starry sky, walking completely alone, under the fading lights of lonely streets. Fugaku was not in the best mood. Morally exhausted, squeezed like a lemon, he, looking at the sky, thought about everything. About the past, the present, and what might be in the future. What is the right thing for him to do now? The council and the Hokage already know that Naruto has entered the clan. This will in any case worsen the situation of mistrust towards us even more. I understand why the younger members of the clan are indignant about this, because even despite everything we have done for the village, we were so easily suspected of this, and what's worse, they did not put the fact that it was the Uchiha who saved the entire village that day. Oh, Minato, your son grew up without a family, with hatred in his heart for this village, and even now your own clan is trying to use the power that you sealed in your son at the cost of life, in this way. I am ashamed in front of you. But if it is necessary to pay this price, I will have to do it, for the sake of my family. I hope that you can understand me, as a father does for a father. Burning with reluctance, Fugaku chose the side that he believed would provide the best future for everyone. At least with that hope, he returned home dejectedly. It was so much fun. Naruto smiled and laughed widely as he walked under the evening moon with the Uchiha brothers. PFFF, if I knew you could run so fast, I would never have taken you to play tag, Sasuke grumbled. Admit it, you're only saying this because you couldn't change together with Itachi to catch up. Naruto rejoiced over the defeated. PFFF, Sasuke snorted again. Next time you won't be so lucky. Is this a challenge? I'll take it. Agreed. Smiling sarcastically, Sasuke remained satisfied. Itachi continued to walk calmly with a smile. In his heart he was even glad that the boys were able to get along and even open up to each other in such a short time. We're almost home, maybe Dad's already here, Sasuke suggested. The meeting should have ended long ago, most likely he arrived much earlier than us, and now he is indignant about why we are still not home. Itachi nodded, hiding his hands behind his back, still smiling calmly. Indignant. Oh no, Dad will punish me again. Sasuke drooped, upset. Oh. Yeah, oh. Never mind. Naruto grabbed Sasuke by the shoulder. This time it happened because of me, we'll be punished together. Naruto said with a wide smile. You're a fool if you think it'll be that easy. However, you can do it alone. Naruto shrugged and turned away. No, stop. Okay, I can handle it myself, Sasuke snorted again. You wanted it. No. With such a loud noise, this time not even hiding from the others, the three reached the house. Having reached the threshold, Itachi opened the door, and together with Sasuke they went over the threshold, taking off the shoes. Naruto only briefly looked at their backs, looking back with some annoyance. To be honest, he was afraid of the punishment that Fugaku could give them. He did not know what awaited him there, ahead, so he did not decide anything, but simply thought that it was worth just enduring with them. Sasuke called his friend, and he already went in with them, to the final outcome. Going further, in the kitchen behind a chair, Fugaku sat sternly. It seemed that he had dined so late in the evening, or was simply waiting for them. He first looked at Itachi, who also calmly looked at his father, but Sasuke lowered his head, and Naruto, worried, also lowered his. Where have you been? Fugaku began. I went to train. After that Sasuke and Naruto came to me for a walk. Yes, just for a walk. Both younger ones nodded. Fugaku slightly raised his right eyebrow in question and surprise, but then simply nodded. Okay, you can go, Itachi. Slightly surprised, Itachi simply nodded and began to climb the stairs. You too, Sasuke. What? The younger one stared in amazement. Ah, I get it, then. I'm going, and awkwardly scratching the back of his head, he also began to rise after his brother, and Fugaku simply nodded. It was Naruto's turn. He thought that now he would also be told to get up, but this did not happen, and for some time everything froze in silence. Naruto even felt a little uneasy from excitement and tension, from simply standing with his head slightly lowered in anticipation of either a sentence or something worse. Brother, Sasuke looked back. What about Naruto? Looking back, Itachi was also slightly surprised to see that Naruto was not getting up. Maybe the father just wants to talk to him. Maybe he wants to scold him. Sasuke suggested, worried. Brother, maybe we should eavesdrop. No, he sternly cut off his younger brother. We were told to go upstairs, there is no need to go against the elders again, Sasuke. But I'll still go. Despite his brother's stern refusal, Sasuke simply couldn't abandon his friend in trouble, and ran down. Sasuke. The elder wanted to grab the younger, but he flew down like a bullet, and Itachi grabbed his head out of frustration. But partly he also wanted to know what Fugaku wanted to talk about with Naruto, because he also had to deal with being curious. Standing in silence, Naruto twitched slightly, only from stammering in place. Damn, maybe I did something wrong when I left the house. Does this scary guy want to punish me for it? Maybe for talking to Sasuke. I don't understand why, if he wants to scold me, he stays silent and stares for so long. It's so unbearable. I want to run to my room and lie down on the bed. It's so uncomfortable here. During the time he spent with Itachi and Sasuke, he got rid of half of his fear of people, and he was also told about Fugaku and Mikoto sometimes. Could he believe them if he knew what they really were like? Perhaps they were praised in words and told how good they were, but could they really be like they were described? After all, Fugaku was described as a very serious and strict person. Except for punishment, Naruto had no idea why he was left here. Sit down on the chair. Naruto felt goosebumps on his skin, but he moved from foot to foot, reached the chair, pushed it back, and sat down. When the brothers were already standing behind the wall, eavesdropping. I want to talk to you about one important matter. Fugaku started. Why was he dragging it out like that? For Naruto it was becoming more and more unbearable. Time was going too slowly, the gaps in sentences were too big. But before that, I'd like to know where you've been for so long. Naruto swallowed. We were walking in the forest. More precisely, on the playground. But I don't know which one. Sorry. Fugaku nodded, and Mikoto entered the kitchen. Also wearing an apron, but she now looked submissive and silent. She stood behind her husband, and with a slight sigh, placed her hand on her husband's shoulder, causing him to flinch slightly. Taking a slight sigh, Fugaku made a very serious face. He looked at Naruto, who was again uncertain, and having made up his mind, asked the question directly. Would you like to stay and live here? This question startled Naruto, causing him to stare at Fugaku with wide eyes in shock, and then turn away, either from embarrassment or simply because he couldn't take his gaze. His thoughts were racing. Had he misheard? Or misunderstood? Why? What? Sasuke screamed loudly, amazed, with the same wide eyes. Even Itachi was not left idle. He was also amazed to be caught with his brother. Even for him it was a surprise of great proportions. Fugaku winced slightly, and Mikoto glared sternly at the brothers. The couple had already discussed everything before, and Fugaku wanted to make a decent decision about Naruto, until Mikoto suggested this idea to him. At first, he doubted it, but it was a decent decision, so that this time it would be possible to put pressure on both the Konoha Council and the Clan Council. Neither of them would be able to influence the boy anymore, and besides, he would always be under the leader's nose, so it would be easier to watch him. Under legal circumstances, but so difficult to implement morally, Fugaku just wanted to end it as soon as possible, and therefore, he simply decided to deliver the finishing blow. We are talking about adoption. Naruto froze. Even his heart was beating too fast. He couldn't believe the words. He raised his head with trembling eyes, and with disbelieving eyes, looked straight into Fugaku's eyes. With a dry, it seemed, throat, he was able to squeeze out one single I. Commentary on Part 6 Fugaku House, Part 2. Guys, I apologize in advance for not writing for so long. Well, I didn't forget to apologize. Secondly, I really ask you to write, if anyone is not too lazy, criticism of this chapter, because it is my longest and I wrote it longer than the others. Just whoever is not too lazy, dialogues, atmosphere, character of the characters, just bombard me with criticism, and once again, if you are not too lazy and do not mind. Thank you for your attention. Part 7 2 years later. Sasuke stood there, wide-eyed, stunned, refusing to accept what was happening. His father, the one he admired, was right now, in front of his eyes, wanting to adopt a child he had just met yesterday. He's not happy with me. A thought flashed through his mind. Did I do something wrong? Did I do something wrong? Maybe I shouldn't have played with him. He looked at Naruto. But if that were the case, why didn't they tell me? Why does a father pay more attention to him instead of his real, biological son? What's so good about him? Don't I train enough? Am I incapable or not talented enough? Why? I don't understand. It shouldn't be like this. It's not true. Sasuke's eyes were noticeably red, and he himself didn't notice how a single tear rolled down his face, which he immediately wiped away with his hand. Shocked and lost, he didn't want to be seen like this, and snorting through his nose, he quickly ran past Itachi. Straight up Itachi took it all more calmly. If you think about it, his father wouldn't take the boy under his wing without a good reason, so he knows him or something happened outside of Itachi's vision that made his father do what he did. And his father is very reasonable. Just a slight confusion and surprise, but all this still came as a surprise to Itachi. He wanted to stop his younger brother, but seeing that he was covering his face and from him, running past, he decided to leave him to himself, because he could not help him right now, with the acceptance of the new reality. Looking at the very serious father who didn't even bother to look at his youngest son running away and the sad mother standing next to him, Itachi just sighed. He didn't blame them, he decided to just leave them alone, as they seemed to be waiting for it, so as not to make the situation more embarrassing. Now, there were only 3 people left in the kitchen, one of whom, no less shocked by Naruto. In the following days, Sasuke locked himself away from everyone in isolation in his room, not allowing anyone to enter, and ignored everyone who tried to talk to him, only occasionally going out to the kitchen when no one was around. Itachi, having fallen victim to such circumstances, had to sleep on the couch until he openly, over time, once again talking to himself under the door, jokingly said that perhaps he should move into Naruto's room. This became the abrupt reason to open the door wide in front of the stunned Itachi, after which the brothers had a heart-to-heart talk about that evening. But no matter how much Itachi tried to help his brother, to accept what happened, it didn't help. Sasuke denied everything, he mercilessly shouted that it couldn't be true, that his father wouldn't do something like that. Sasuke deeply believed that he could one day achieve much greater results than his brother if he tried much harder. He would stop being a shadow and become a star that others looked up to. He would become the pride of his father. And all this was destroyed by one single person, who, in Sasuke's opinion, his father replaced him with, taking his place. Itachi, however, only sighed sadly and hugged his stupid little brother, telling him that his father would never do such a thing, and shared his own thoughts on the matter, and was able to calm Sasuke down a little, who accepted the harsh truth with a bit of disappointment. After that evening, Fugaku announced his decision to the clan at a meeting of the Uchiha clan, to everyone's indignation, which was received very ambiguously. The adult part was confused and baffled by such a decision, asking the leader how he was going to explain this to the demanding Konoha council, where he hinted that they could find a compromise, but it was still not convincing, and so the adult part vehemently protested, trying to appeal to the reasonable side. And to Fugaku's surprise, the younger part, who was hot in words and deeds, took this news calmly. Even Aruma sat calmly in his place, instead arguing with the adult half. The Konoha council's response was not long in coming, and 2 days later he invited the head of the clan, and concurrently the police, to his place, with a conditional arrest of Naruto. The meeting took place in the residence directly in front of the third Hokage Sarutobi and Elder Danzo. After which, the elder asked a series of questions about why, where and how Fugaku met the boy, where he was able to confirm all the available facts and evidence that Konoha has, after which Danzo retreated. And then Sarutobi joined in the questioning, not of Fugaku, but of Naruto. The questions were more about everyday life, including how he lives, how he sleeps, what he eats, whether he plays or has made friends with anyone. Naruto held his ground as best he could in front of the old man, but his shyness was noticeable, and so the Hokage stopped tormenting him. After which, Danzo calmly asked the head what he intended to do with the child, where Fugaku expressed his desire to adopt the boy. What was heard was perceived equally ambiguously by both old men, where Sarutobi was only slightly surprised, and Danzo frowned with the edge of his eyebrow, and gave a clear refusal, explaining that the already understandable attitude of the village to the Uchiha could worsen with even greater suspicions. But in response, Fugaku gave an answer from a moral point of view, causing Danzo to snort. Sarutobi, who had been silent all this time, managed to squeeze in his voice, giving Fugaku the go-ahead, under Danzo's barely noticeable indignation. The elder wanted to start an argument, but did not have time, since the Hokage sent Fugaku and Naruto back, but this did not prevent the old men from talking about the pressing issues afterwards. Arriving home, Fugaku announced that he had managed to secure Naruto's adoption. Although he was a little surprised internally, he was pleased that he had managed to do it, so much easier than he had initially thought. Mikoto was happy, along with Itachi. Only Sasuke, who didn't deign to look at Naruto, quietly snorted and sighed in disappointment. Fugaku subsequently took Naruto under his direct control, training him in the basics of shinobi. But since the boy had never dealt with chakra or weapons before, he had to start literally from the very beginning. And even though Naruto didn't have the strength now, Fugaku believed that in the future his potential would be limitless, if of course he could subdue the beast inside him. But with the help of his clan's heritage, the Sharingan, he was able to do it. That was what Fugaku was confident in, that was why his expectations were so high. Sasuke still didn't take Naruto seriously, having severed all ties between them, which undoubtedly made the latter feel guilty. That's why, whenever a convenient opportunity presented itself, Naruto tried to talk, but Sasuke still ignored him and left. Their relationship did not change in the future, and no matter how many attempts Sasuke made and found convenient opportunities to leave home, he still could not accept the new reality. He did not like the other children of his clan, and going outside the territory is not worth mentioning. He did not admit it to himself, but he still considered Naruto a friend, without whom it was boring. He watched as their now common father, though Naruto called him simply Fugaku-san, trained him in the basics. It gave him a small consolation, since he was still, in some ways, better as a potential shinobi, and a genius. Inspired by this discovery, in the next 2 years, Sasuke will completely devote himself to independent training, in the hope that his father will notice him. And so 2 long years passed. Naruto was happy to have a family, even if not his own. Home, food, safety. Loneliness on the streets for just 1 year, managed to leave a lasting impression on the young Uchiha, teach him a lesson that he will never forget in his life. And that is why he did everything to preserve the natural order, at the moment, of things. And even though Sasuke didn't recognize him, the others did, which means there is still hope. Under Fugaku's supervision, in the future, Naruto will become the main support of the clan, so he was told by the person he respected and whose opinion he listened to unconditionally, so it will be so, he swore to himself in his heart. Comment to Part 7 2 years later. I know, the chapter is short, but I didn't have enough imagination to diversify it. I supposedly wanted to make it a retelling of what happened during the 2 years of Naruto's life together with the Uchihas, but you see, it didn't work out very well. In short, I'm looking for the next chapter. It will be normal. Part 8 Academy. The beginning of a new day. Clutching his stomach, he jumped out of bed, and through clenched teeth tried to withstand the unexpected pain. Sweat dripped from his face, and goosebumps ran down his back. This was not the first time this had happened, but, unfortunately, no one else could help. Heat seethed in his body, and his stomach seemed to be torn and twisted with all its contents. No matter how much he tried to drown out the pain with pain, and no matter how much he tried to endure it, nothing worked. This was a pain that surpassed any other. This wasn't the first time this had happened. It all started 2 years ago when he returned to his clan and was adopted by his new family. Of course, you all know his name. A black-haired boy, with a white t-shirt and black shorts, with lines on his cheeks like a fox's whiskers. Approaching the window, he looked around with his black as hair eyes, and saw how excited children joyfully ran from one side to the other, accompanied by their parents in honor. Everything was like a parade. He chuckled slightly and even managed to smile a little. This day has finally come. Naruto had also been waiting for this day for a long time. The day of acceptance into the academy. True, before that, everything did not start so rosy. Various administrative problems began to appear with his acceptance. Either the forms were wrong, or it was necessary to start all over again, or it reached the point of absurdity, to pay before the start of admission. Only a fool could not understand that they simply did not want to accept him. Naruto was ashamed of this in front of Fugaku, but he did not attach any importance to this and again turned to the Hokage. After which, it seems, everything calmed down. But that remnant in the boy's soul did not give him peace. He asked himself the same question over and over again. Why was he not accepted? What had he done? Was it connected with the fox that was inside him? And if so, why was it in him? Who had put it there? When Naruto wanted or tried to ask Fugaku about this, he openly told him that it was not the time or simply ignored the question, and the boy was stubborn, he simply did not dare. He also tried to ask Mikoto and Itachi about this. But, unfortunately, Mikoto did not say anything useful, but rather simply refused to change the subject. Itachi simply did not know. Wow, what am I thinking? In fact, he was very nervous before his first lesson or introduction. For 2 years he had hardly left the territory, and now he will have to do it every day. He was very concerned about who he would study with, because... Alright, that's enough, I can't let Fugaku-san's trust down. If I have to, even if I have to endure the sneers and bullying, I'll do my best to become stronger. He looked at his clenched fist, and with a barely noticeable, dubious thought for himself, that's how it should be, right? Changing into his now casual clothes from the traditional style, a blue shirt with wide sleeves and a long collar, which he successfully pulled on, with the symbol of the Uchiha clan on the back. Naruto left, closing the door behind him, carelessly adjusting the collar that slightly interfered with his hair. Sasuke walked past him, not even paying attention, with a cold face. He was dressed almost identically, only his color was black, and his sleeves were short. Naruto had already gotten used to the fact that Sasuke tried to ignore him, although it didn't always work out. But as Itachi had told him before, it was worth giving him time when he could accept him as a member of the family. Although he himself didn't really believe in it, taking a deep breath, he put on a light, good-natured smile, like Itachi's. Good morning, Sasuke. Sasuke stopped and looked at him with the same cold and indifferent face. Looking at Naruto carefully with a pacifying look, he nodded slightly. Yeah, let's go. Going further to the stairs, he began to go down to the first floor. And Naruto, hiding behind a smile, immediately sighed deeply, and scratched his head with annoyance out of habit. He didn't even wish me good morning, as always. Not sociable. And he followed Sasuke. There was still an hour left before the General Assembly, where the future shinobi would have to gather, so there was no need to rush. Having sat down at one table in the kitchen, the guys began to have breakfast. And the atmosphere, let's say, was stifling, a quiet silence, where the only sound was the occasional banging of a spoon on a plate, which in some way forced one to eat without appetite. Sasuke was gloomier than a cloud. What exactly could he not like today? He was looking at the table too thoughtfully. Naruto tried not to rush his glances, afraid of unnecessary conflicts before the academy. Could it be because of the academy? Having estimated this possibility in his head, Naruto considered it unlikely, and simply shrugged his shoulders. Mikoto walked into the kitchen with a quick step, instantly capturing the attention of the bored people. In her hands was a basin, which she quickly placed on the stove, and began to clear away the plates that had previously been lying like clutter on the table. She did this with such speed that both of their hands were instantly raised up, and she put everything in the sink, and began to wash it with such speed that after 3 minutes all the dishes were clean. Naruto stared blankly with his mouth open at how fast it all happened. How good of a housewife do you have to be to do it that fast? Even the same Sasuke, who had kept his face cool for a long time, couldn't help but open his mouth slightly, with a dull look. No, he had seen his mother clean up many times, but he also didn't understand how she managed to do it so fast. Mikoto-san is in a hurry because of the time, Naruto thought to himself with a furrowed brow. They both glanced at each other involuntarily, and at the same time turned away, each with their own opinion to themselves. Mikoto, meanwhile, took the basin with things in one hand, while putting fried bread on the frying pan, and left the kitchen towards the hallway. Silence fell in the kitchen again, except for the toasting bread on the frying pan. They both converged in their actions, and simultaneously put their spoons on their plates, squinting in slight convulsions not to look at each other again. At that moment, without a basin, Mikoto approached the frying pan, carefully took the fried bread with a fork, and carefully placed it on her plate. Standing, she blew quietly, checking the temperature with her finger. And when the bread cooled down a little, she took it with her thumb and index finger by the edge, and bit off a crispy corner. With a satisfied smile, Mikoto put her palm to her cheek, clearly enjoying herself. Do you want to try it, Sasuke? She suddenly suggested. Sasuke looked at his mother, then at the bread, and shook his head a little tensely. Well, as you wish. Mikoto shrugged. And you, Naruto, do you want it? She moved her gaze to the other. Naruto stared at him with a stony face, not realizing at first that they were talking to him. And as soon as he saw that both were looking at him, he panicked. Me? Well, I guess. Yeah, Feeling the gaze of death on him from the next side, Naruto swallowed consciously and smiled stupidly, scratching the back of his head. But anyway. I'm probably full, thanks for offering. Mikoto raised a frowning eyebrow and looked towards Sasuke, but he was simply leaning on his elbow, looking somewhere else with his face. She simply sighed tiredly and sat down on the empty chair. Looking at the two of them, she began to understand that their relationship had completely deteriorated. If before she thought that they both only needed time, now, understanding. But there was none, and no matter how much she tried to somehow bring them closer, Sasuke resisted all this, which made her very sad. Maybe the academy will be able to bring them closer. I've seen Sasuke and Naruto train many times, maybe this is the quality they have in common that will bring them together once and for all. Mikoto thought to herself. She no longer knew what to do, so she simply left this task to others. Mom, Sasuke asked quietly. Mikoto was distracted. What is it, Sasuke? Sasuke hesitated, trying to ask the question that interested him so much. But his lips were dry, and he couldn't speak. Now, only sad thoughts were flying through his head, but he had to ask, clenching his fist tightly. Why doesn't Dad go with us to the academy today? Swallowing nervously, he raised a heavy gaze to his mother. Mikoto held her breath. This was the last thing she wanted to talk about. Naruto's ears perked up, too. And so she exhaled heavily. Sasuke, she began, you asked me the same question every time, and the answer doesn't change this time either. You know that yourself. She looked into his sad eyes. Your dad is obliged to attend the clan meeting even on such a day, because it is his duty as the head. Sasuke gritted his teeth and held on with all his might. Why? He asked even more quietly. Today is such a significant day for me. Why can't he postpone the meeting, at least once? It's his duty, Mikoto said heavily. His son is entering the academy. And he won't even come to see him off. He never has time for me. Sasuke held his shorts tightly to his legs and lowered his head so no one could see his face. This is so unfair. Damn. Seeing Sasuke's grief before his eyes, Mikoto sat down next to him and sympathetically hugged him to her chest, stroking his spiky hair. It's okay, Sasuke. Maybe next time. Tears were already breaking through to his face, and no matter how much Sasuke wanted to get emotional now, he couldn't. He would never show his tears. His pride wouldn't allow it, especially for him, the one who stole his father from him. Was it hatred or perhaps jealousy? He wasn't disgusted by Naruto, because as a person, he even liked him. It was fun with him, there was something to talk about, you could play, he wasn't like the others, he was the one who could understand Sasuke. Having so many positive qualities, Sasuke still couldn't start communicating with him in his heart, he just didn't know what to say to him. Blame him or apologize. Accept him. Forgive him. Everything was too complicated. Sasuke was simply confused in his attitude towards him. Sasuke stood up abruptly from the table, having broken away from his mother's breast. He turned his back to her, and sideways to Naruto, towards the hallway. Wiping his eye with his palm, he asked in an excited voice. What about my brother? After all, he should have come, at least instead of my father. He's on a mission. He left 2 days ago on the orders of the clan leader. Mikoto shook her head sadly, but said in consolation. But he promised that if he managed to finish the mission ahead of time, he would meet you. It was a terrible day for Sasuke. He was simply broken. He didn't know if he would find solace in the academy, and it didn't matter, the main thing was that he wasn't seen like this. That's why he quickly ran towards the hallway, wiping his wet face. Mikoto didn't stop him, and Naruto, during the entire conversation, remained silent, not interfering in this conversation. He simply lowered his head so as not to see Sasuke's face. Even knowing that this would not improve their relationship in any way, this was the least he could do for Sasuke. Thank you for the food, we'll go on our own from now on. Standing up and bowing, she also smiled sadly. Naruto walked towards the hallway, dejected. He was also disappointed that Fugaku and Itachi wouldn't be here today. In the hallway, one step below, Sasuke was already wearing sandals. He didn't look at Naruto, but you could tell his eyes were red from crying. He swallowed his pain. Sasuke, don't talk to me. Interrupting Naruto with a cold voice, Sasuke silently walked out the door, leaving another blow for the depressed Naruto. Stepping out the door, Naruto saw a wide dirt road and a lonely street. Those who had passed here before had probably already reached or were already halfway to the academy, so there was no point in standing here any longer. Let's go, Naruto asked. Sasuke didn't answer, but nodded, and they walked together towards the academy. Within 20 minutes, the Uchihas had practically reached the academy grounds. They were walking along a road with buildings of different colors on either side, mostly red and blue. It was a simple residential area. And ahead, on a high peak, were the stone faces of the Hokage, where the Hokage's residence was located underneath. Naruto was interested in looking around, because he had never walked like this before. But the reality was slightly different than he imagined. If before everything seemed huge and intriguing, huge stores and big houses, now everything seemed quite ordinary. But the Hokage's faces were truly magnificent. He had never seen them before, even though they were so big for the whole village. Perhaps it was an attempt to distract himself from the oppressive looks around him. Yes, This is a residential area. Naturally there will be people here, and they will recognize him. The whole village heard that the demon was adopted by the head of the Uchiha clan, after which there was even more gossip about the Uchiha. They looked like this. He saw fear in their eyes. They kept the children close to them, cautiously holding the child who didn't understand anything close to them, and walked around. It was an unusual, new look for Naruto. Before, people looked at him only with hatred, rage, because he walked around people, and he didn't have to deal with such situations. They all walked around and looked at the boy passing by as if he were a monster, and he endured it. He didn't dare show any emotion in response to these people, because he wouldn't be able to fight back. Yes, he learned the basics of shinobi, but these are only the basics, what is taught at the beginning of each, but there was another reason why he couldn't fight them, although there were two of them. He was afraid of them as much as they were of him, and the second was not to make Fugaku-san worse. Their whispers were not so quiet. Of course, he also heard all the insults or awarding nicknames of demon or monster, but he was more hurt by being called a monster that the Uchiha clan holds. Only now did he think about it. Of course, with the attitude of the villagers towards him, Fugaku-san had to take on a great burden. As a result, even for those who are close to me, I only make things worse. Trying to keep his breathing normal, Naruto drooped, trying to look only at his feet. But all this time, Sasuke, who was nearby, also felt these constant glances. He was not used to such an attitude, but he noticed that the epicenter was what was behind him, and there was only one like that. But this did not cancel the fact that he was very annoyed, and wanted to just calmly walk to the academy, but time passed, and this did not stop, and he could not stand it. Why are they looking at you like that? Naruto turned his head irritably and asked Sasuke. Naruto, who was not expecting it, did not immediately understand that he was being addressed. He wanted to say something, but after thinking for a moment, he answered with a sigh, It's nothing. Just ignore it. Sadly scratching his shoulder, he turned his head in the other direction. Ignore it, Sasuke repeated dissatisfiedly. Then why does it concern me? Sorry, Naruto said quietly. Sasuke skayed in annoyance and turned away again, slowing down slightly until he caught up with Naruto. I don't need your excuses. People around me are constantly whispering some nonsense about a monster and a demon, and you can't even answer. With a guilty face, Naruto squeezed his shoulder tightly. He didn't know if he should talk about the fox inside him if he was on such a bad relationship with it right now. Excuses again. Snorting with displeasure, Sasuke tried to find a point where he could look without meeting other people's gazes, but wherever he looked, they were everywhere. Partly, it even scared him, but it was reflected on his face only as a slight tension. It's hard, I know, Naruto said unexpectedly, but he didn't look at Sasuke's face, and didn't see his emotions. It's new for me too, though they looked at me a little differently. I understand that you're uncomfortable being around me, and if you want, you can move forward. Naruto made a self-destructive decision for himself. With Sasuke he had a chance to reach the academy in one piece, but without. But it would have been much better. It was worth sending Fugaku's offspring, for his own protection, Naruto reasoned. But Sasuke did not go further. I can go further, but I can stay if you tell me the reason for this attitude, Sasuke said calmly. Naruto looked at him in bewilderment, but he only snorted. I don't like being left in the dark, especially when everyone in the family has something they don't talk about, even you. You know, Sasuke, Naruto began. I don't know the real you. I don't understand the reason why you're angry or don't like me. But I think you should be happy to live in a loving family. What are you talking about? Sasuke looked at him, puzzled. Just think about it. You could have been unlucky. You could have lived on the streets. Who would have taken care of you? No one would have hugged you, cooked you food, tucked you into bed. No one would have shown you kindness. You would have been an unfortunate child, abandoned in the village, but you don't appreciate it. You're lucky, Sasuke. I sincerely envy you. Meeting their eyes, they continued to talk on the way. I always dreamed of having a family too. I looked at the sky and dreamed that someone would save me. I don't know if that's why Lord Fugaku and Lady Mikoto accepted me, but I want to give you a friendly piece of advice that even if your family has secrets from you, they don't necessarily have to be bad. After all, they love you, and they will do everything for you. Sasuke looked through Naruto in confusion, falling into deeper and deeper thought. We really aren't friends, no matter how much I try to talk to you. This is probably the first time in 2 years that I've spoken to you so freely. But I want to say something else, Sasuke. Your father loves you. He often looked at the house with a sad face during our training. I believe that he cares about you in his own way, or at least it seems that way to me. Shrugging his shoulders, Naruto spoke in a free, even for himself, surprising tone. With a sigh, he looked into the distance, where the entrance square was almost visible. Why are you telling me this? I saw how upset you were when you found out that Fugaku-san wasn't coming. I just wanted to help you. Naruto grinned stupidly. He finally said what he had wanted to say to Sasuke for a long time, and a little emotion even began to overflow. He remembered the pain he experienced living alone on the street, how he was afraid, how he hid, but it all ended. How he wished it could last forever. So, on the rest of the way, the guys walked in silence, each thinking about his own. The square was crowded when Naruto and Sasuke arrived. Some instructors were shouting out their room numbers, letting the students listed in their logs know where to go. Do you see where to go? Naruto asked, looking along. We need to go deeper, let's go. Having hurried his fellow traveler, Sasuke began to dig through the people, going to the right center. Office number 6. I repeat, office number 6. Another 5 minutes and we're going inside. Anyone who didn't come up, blame yourself, shouted the young instructor, in a green vest, with a tied ponytail with a peculiar scar on the bridge of his nose. Damn, how much longer are we going to hang around here? Covering his yawning mouth, the boy, standing next to his friend, and keeping his hands in his pockets, fell asleep on the go. Come on, Shikamaru, there's only a little bit left, be patient, the moderately plump boy man supported his friend. Yeah, I'm just tired. Waving his hand, Shikamaru lazily looked at his new comrades until his gaze stopped on 2 black-haired youths. Choji, who is this? Following his comrade's gaze, Choji saw them too. Well, they seem to be from the Uchiha clan. No. I can see for myself that they are from the Uchiha clan. Shikamaru said disappointedly and slightly irritated. I mean, who are they? How should I know? Choji was puzzled. I should have asked something easier. Don't you see? Shikamaru glanced sideways at his friend. What don't I see? Choji shook himself intrigued and opened the bag of chips. Oh, Shikamaru slapped his palm across his face and ran it from his forehead to his chin. And the fact that all the adults are caught out by them. What? Choji squinted and looked around, but everyone seemed to be standing and looking the same as before. Shikamaru, maybe you didn't get enough sleep. Forget it. Choji may not see it, but the adults, even the instructor, try not to show it, but they're looking at these two. Are they some kind of famous big shots? What interesting things will happen? While Shikamaru and his friend Choji are standing nearby, an active but small group of kids are chatting among themselves amidst the huge hubbub of a large crowd. There are both boys and girls of the same age, and one duo of a pink-haired girl, along with her friend with blonde hair tied in a ponytail with bangs hanging down, caught our attention. I heard from Miko that a couple of years ago a man committed suicide because of debts for the academy, saying seriously. But does the academy collect debts? The pink-haired girl said doubtfully. It seems to me that Miko deceived you in vain. No, they didn't touch him. They only said that because that man couldn't pay the full amount of money for his son's education, and then, because he took on too much of a burden, and then he committed suicide. Continued to instruct. The pink-haired girl wasn't entirely convinced, as evidenced by her unconvinced smirk and crossed arms. That's right. What kind of fool would bring himself to this? Didn't he have any brains? That's why I'm sure you were deceived, and this couldn't have happened. Ino was already irritatedly piercing her friend with her gaze, when suddenly, from behind her shoulder, she saw in surprise 2 black-haired young men looking around. Sakura, look over there. Ino pointed her finger at her friend. Sakura turned around and began to rejoice with full enthusiasm. Wow, are these our new classmates? They are so handsome, especially the one with the collar, he is so shy. Sakura put her palms on her red cheeks with affection, looking at the 2 black-haired boys. Isn't it cool? Ino supported her, but I like the one next to me better. He's so serious and mature, I just can't stand it. Finally, there will be handsome boys in our class. Also embarrassed, the girls began to fantasize about the beautiful black-haired princes. At the same time, a boy in a gray jacket with fur and a hood, with a puppy hanging on his chest, approached them. His left hand was in his pocket, while the other was raised in greeting. Hi girls, what are you looking at? The guy asked with a grin. Leave me alone, Kiba. I don't have time for you now. Ino waved him off. Yes, you better go somewhere else, we have important things to do. Sakura also supported her friend, without even turning to him. TCH, unhappy with being ignored so easily, and even tossed aside, Kiba, despite the girls, came closer, although it seemed they didn't care. He saw two black-haired young men from behind their backs, and a fire played in his eyes. His body became excited, and he spoke with excitement. Uchiha. Damn it, luck is with me today. Smiling contentedly, Uchiha guys are strong, right? Let's check it out. Walking past the others, Naruto and Sasuke walked along until they heard the number they needed 6. They looked in the same direction, then at each other. Let's go, Naruto suggested. Ignoring his fellow traveler, Sasuke snorted as he walked past, stopping slightly away from the others. Naruto sighed and did not follow him, but remained standing in place, his eyes closed. Another 5 minutes passed, and finally the instructor said the very words that many wanted to hear. Office number 6, those who heard their office number line up and follow me. Giving a signal, the instructor waved his hand in a loud voice, and following the cue by numbers, went into the academy buildings, where Naruto's future class followed him. Walking along the corridor, Naruto, as soon as they came to the square, noted that the school itself was huge. At least, he had never seen anything bigger in his life. Everyone around him was constantly staring at him, which was unpleasant, but for this he needed a collar. He had to endure it. But if you look from the initial expectations, Naruto thought that the third Hokage would appear here with a speech, but it seems that it will not be, so he understood from the disappointed indignation of the others. They were sewing 3 people in a row. Next to him was some strange pink-haired girl on the right, who constantly looked at him with embarrassment, and a strange guy on the left with some kind of animal desire. Naruto just looked straight, ignoring the existence of these two, but not because he did not want to communicate, but it was just scary. When the room with the number 6 was already visible ahead, the instructor took the key out of his pocket, opened the door, letting the students go ahead. Entering inside, Naruto saw a row of desks rising each time, divided into 3 rows, where most were hanging around in the last ones. Sasuke was sitting in the front row, by the door, near the wall. Naruto stopped at the same desk, hesitating a little, but Sasuke, leaning his elbow on his arm, glanced at his brother, out of the corner of his eye, and snorted, saying, "Sit down." Naruto sighed in relief and sat down next to him, but not too close due to Sasuke's irritability. The instructor came out to the middle, with a pen and a document. And after a quick glance at everyone, he solemnly began to speak. So, first of all, congratulations to all of you on entering the shinobi school. My name is Aruma, and I will be your sensei for the entire school year. Here you will be taught all the principles, laws, and fundamentals of shinobi, so please pay attention. Turning the page up, Aruma prepared to write down. First, I would like to take a roll call to recognize everyone by name. Let's begin. Shikamaru Nara. Here. Kiba Inuzuka. Here. Sakura Haruno. Here. Ino Yamanaka. Here. Sasuke Uchiha. Here. Naruto Uchiha. Here. Aruka only looked up from the list for a moment to look at Naruto with a complicated look before continuing. Kirum. After the roll call, Aruka, already sensei, quickly left the office, arguing that he needed to quickly submit a report, and therefore told him to sit quietly. This did not exactly please Naruto, since it was unlikely that anyone would listen here. And as Naruto expected, after a few seconds, the weirdo Kiba with the desired eyes jumped up to them. But Sasuke only snorted, quietly saying something like, "He's causing trouble again." Naruto tried to stay calm, so he tried to ignore this individual. Part 9 Academy, Part 2. I heard that you guys are from the Uchiha clan. Right. With a smirk, Kiba looked at the Uchihas, glancing from one to the other. Sasuke turned away with a disinterested face, ignoring the stranger, which completely mentally disappointed and infuriated Kiba. Naruto remained calm. There was no reaction from his side. Slightly excited, in his head he began to calculate the probability of how to remove Kiba further, but nothing came to mind. Naruto had no experience communicating with peers, so he also remained silent. Dissatisfied, Kiba was disappointed again, and clicking his tongue in disgust, he slightly turned his head away. TCH, are these the very offspring of one of the great founding clans? You look more like cowardly kittens that are afraid to even make a sound when they see a big dog. I ask again, are you from the Uchiha clan? Kiba focused his gaze specifically on Naruto, since Naruto had been looking at him the entire time. He took it as a challenge that he did not want to lose. Naruto's head was in chaos. He simply didn't know how to answer or what to do. It's one thing when someone asks something simple, and another when they put pressure on you with the gaze. It wasn't visible under his collar, but Naruto sat with his mouth open, in a futile attempt to squeeze out at least some kind of sound, although his gaze was still calm. Kiba's anger was growing stronger. He was very angry that he was being ignored so easily, as if looked down upon, even though they were sitting below him. Grabbing Naruto by the collar and lifting him closer to his head level, he growled through his teeth. Is it so hard for you to even introduce yourself? Clutching his collar tighter. What? Arrogance has gone to your head, and now you don't have to communicate with others. I'm disappointed with the Uchihas. I imagined them in a much better light. This sudden grab attracted the attention of the rest of the class. The boys were interested that a conflict could begin now, looking curiously towards their desk. Sasuke also looked towards Kiba with a frowning face from the unexpected action. Shikamaru leaned on his hand, with a lazy raised eyebrow looking down, and only two voices broke everything. Kiba, let him go immediately. Stop it, idiot. Sensei could come into the classroom at any moment. Right behind the desk where Sasuke and Naruto were sitting, Ino and Sakura stood up. And now they were walking menacingly from their seats, glaring at Kiba. TCH, Kiba looked sideways with displeasure. I just came to say hello. Still, idiot. Sakura came closer and with a wide swing hit Kiba on the head. Kiba grabbed his bruised head, letting go of Naruto's collar, and began to grin at Sakura. But Sakura, proudly sticking out her chest, looked defiantly at Kiba. He, scratching his head in displeasure, only snorted and got off the desk, considering himself above hitting the girl. Naruto mentally sighed in relief. If a conflict and a fight were to start now, Naruto would undoubtedly lose, but not because he lacked the skills, he lacked the determination to hit. So, worried, he looked at his savior, Sakura, with interest. Are you okay? Sakura looked at Naruto with an embarrassed smile, tucking her hair behind her ear. Naruto just nodded awkwardly. Oh, not expecting such uncommunicativeness, Sakura stood in a stupor, but a moment later she came to her senses. My name is Sakura Haruno, from now on we are classmates, shall we meet? Naruto looked up at Haruno's large, sparkling eyes with doubt. Her eyes confused him even more. They were inexplicably kind and curious. Deciding to somehow thank Sakura, Naruto tried to introduce himself. My name is Naruto, Uchiha Naruto. With long hesitation, Naruto swallowed imperceptibly. Yes, Sakura smiled cheerfully. Let's get acquainted. After which she took her dissatisfied friend, Ino, by the arm, who also wanted to talk, and with a wide smile went back, just as she had appeared, suddenly. It was the first time Naruto had felt something like this. This genuine smile without any hint of contempt or anger from a stranger made him shudder. He had thoughts about what the academy could be like, and when Kiba appeared, he was disappointed. Even more despair was born in his heart. The academy is no different from the streets, and the children here are the same as the adults who inhabit the village. Vindictive and hateful towards me. These were his first thoughts when Naruto was lifted from his desk. And his rescue left a strong impression on him. Why? He asked himself. It was hard for him to answer her, but he managed to overcome it. He looked at Sakura running back, with a slight excitement in his heart, and sat back down. Sasuke continued to lean on his arm, bored, pretending that nothing had happened, and that whatever could happen didn't concern him. Naruto didn't say anything to him, and didn't hold a grudge. Silently folding his hands on the table, he sat there in deep thought until the end. The classmates sat back down disappointed, dejectedly but quietly discussing the annoying and short performance. This did not last long. Literally 15 minutes later, Iruka-sensei returned with his magazine under his arm. Briefly glancing at the entire class frozen in silence, he nodded slightly, and approached the teacher's desk. Solemnly announcing, "Let's begin our first lesson. My name is Iruka, I am your new homeroom teacher." All the remaining time, Iruka-sensei talked about the introductory part of the academy. If you think about it and briefly describe it, it turns out that Iruka talked about what awaits them at the beginning. That is, what time and until what time classes will be held, what subjects will be taught, briefly went into detail about these subjects. Described the program according to which they will study. Everyone was especially impressed by the combat sparring, which was mandatory in the future. And of course, what awaits after the academy. Naruto found it interesting to be attentive, but after the explanation began, he wanted to sleep from the very first words, although just a minute ago, he was fresh. He tried very hard not to show his yawns, but his half-asleep eyes gave him away. Naruto didn't know if the same was true for the rest of the guys, because he didn't dare turn around and look around, but fortunately, no one seemed to pay attention to him. Even Sasuke lowered his eternal frowning face and listened very attentively to the teacher, which made Naruto's eyebrow twitch. After all, half of the information came in and the rest came out. But no matter what, Naruto tried very hard to concentrate and understand the teacher's information. It was pure hell. It seemed that Iruka-sensei was evil itself. My head was spinning, I felt sick inside, my face turned white. Naruto couldn't cope with the usual 3 hours on the first day, even though it was an introductory first day, without any subjects. But, be that as it may, Naruto held on by sheer force of will. Black and white trying to keep his face as high as possible, but Iruka-sensei periodically, but without interruption, glanced with a serious, stern look at Naruto, from which he was cramped and goosebumps ran down his spine. Naruto was running through different thoughts in his head. First of all, he emphasized another of his new features: he just can't listen to this. The information is mechanical, not interesting, although important in places, but still boring. Glancing slightly out of the corner of my eye at Sasuke. He hasn't changed at all. Naruto exclaimed in his head. Sasuke was sitting the same way as 3 hours ago. With a serious look, he carefully listened to every word, still not paying attention to his brother on the desk. Naruto was worried about this, so he swallowed, took a deep breath, and glanced slightly out of the corner of his eye at the other desk on the left. There were 3 people sitting there, each reacting differently. Turning his head a little more, he could see that not all of his classmates were listening attentively. Some were frankly lounging, some were sleeping, while others were listening calmly, or like Sasuke, very attentively. Because of this, Naruto quietly, contentedly sighed with relief. But pain came when he began to perceive what the teacher said again. Oh my god, I can't listen to this anymore. I want to leave so much. No, I owe Fugaku-san my life. I have to live up to his trust, and repay him and his family for everything they've done for me. Yes, I can do it, I just have to. Ugh. Who am I kidding? My head hurts so much. Naruto thought to himself internally, although his expression didn't change in any way, except for his color. He himself did not notice how Iruka-sensei was already finishing his introductory speech about safety rules and academy rules or something else, because Naruto had long since stopped perceiving the essence of the story. Iruka looked at the clock above him and slammed his fist down on the teacher's desk, waking idiots like Naruto from their trance. That's all. From tomorrow, you officially become students of the academy. Take your first step on the path of shinobi, study hard and attentively, sensei said with a stern face. You are free. Having started to note something in their sensei journal, the now official students of the academy enthusiastically ran towards the door. Naruto was also inspired. He was filled with joy and pride inside, which made him allow himself a small, satisfied smile. He did not stand up right away, waiting for his classmates from the back rows to go first. Sasuke stood up and, ignoring the others, squeezed into the small line. Naruto resolutely followed. Coming out of the main entrance onto a wide dirt road, the little shinobi were met by happy parents, of course, only some of them, the rest walked quietly and silently to the side. Sasuke and Naruto continued walking in silence, not even exchanging glances. It was sad, but there was nothing to be done, until someone shouted from behind them. Naruto-kun. There was a sudden shout from behind, and Naruto turned around in surprise. Even Sasuke was slightly stunned and looked back with interest. Naruto-kun. Sakura ran up. Congratulations on entering the academy. I don't get it, Naruto. I'm so happy that we'll be studying together. Let's try our best to become genin together as soon as possible. With a wide smile, Sakura clenched her fist in triumph. Oh yeah, Sakura. Suddenly, Sakura looked Naruto straight in the eyes and her face turned very red, causing her to immediately turn away. Well, see you tomorrow, Naruto-kun. Once again, this little girl, just as she had appeared, quickly disappeared. Naruto again noticed that Sakura was with her friend. It turns out that Ino had tried to talk to Sasuke before, which made his face turn sour from discomfort. Although this girl seemed a little strange, Naruto's heart warmed. There is more to the world than just pain and loneliness, Naruto suddenly thought. He grinned slightly, forcing out a weak smile, and walked along with Sasuke, who had rushed ahead, to their shared estate. It was a 30-minute walk from the academy to the clan borders. The boys walked 2/3 of the way to their home, again in silence and unwillingness to be near. It was beautiful. A beautiful day in the life. Naruto imagined his life before and after. With age comes an understanding of how you lived and live now. You begin to determine whether you did the right thing before or not. Would you have done differently? And Naruto asked himself this question, or more precisely, the last 2 years, he devoted himself only to him. Did he live better before? Was he happy with her? Definitely not. It was pure hell. Live, constant, hungry. No one should have to live the way I did. This is what Naruto learned in his head. In that hell, he did not live, but survived. There is a difference. And this difference was forcibly hammered into his head by Fugaku, Mikoto, Itachi, and even Sasuke. Their happiness, their ostentatious example shows a real human life, and Naruto desired it. There were no words or deeds with which he could repay them now, or ever. He was infinitely grateful to them, and was already ready to do anything to be useful, so as not to end up there again, in his little prison. It always came down to fear of something. Fear of losing and not knowing how to maintain the current relationship. But everything could have been different if there wasn't a fox inside me. Naruto clutched his stomach and kept his palm on the seal for a long time. Now he thought about people, about their attitude towards him. Is it right to beat a child for what he did? He asked himself. Does he hate people? After all the pain they caused him. A ruined childhood, constant hunger and theft, a crippled body, scars that will not disappear and will become a painful memory, distorted perception, and constant fear. For the blows and constant bullying alone, Naruto had enough reasons to hate them all, to dream of the death. But he, surprisingly, does not have such feelings. He does not feel any dislike for the inhabitants, maybe fear. Perhaps this is more appropriate. Is he a beast? A beast inside and out? After all, there really is a monster inside him. And he himself, for the last time. Even though the memories were blurred at that time, back then, 2 years ago, didn't he use that very power? Did he himself become a monster? Sasuke felt the sound of footsteps behind him getting slower, which made him turn around in confusion and look at Naruto, who was scorched on the ground, thoughtful. Raising an eyebrow, Sasuke didn't immediately realize that Naruto was too close, and they both hit their foreheads, falling on their butts. Crap. Naruto grabbed his forehead, only now noticing Sasuke grinning in irritation. It took a second for the puzzled Naruto to understand the situation, which immediately made him press his neck as low as possible. Sasuke, I'm sorry, Idiot. Sasuke snapped. Watch where you're going. Did all that shaking at the academy really make you lose your brain? Well, Shopping center. Sasuke, leaning on his knee, didn't listen and stood up. He looked down at the confused idiot. And even though he really irritated him, but the thought of helping him up flashed through Sasuke's mind for only a second, his hand automatically wanted to reach out, but he immediately stopped it. Putting on a combative face, Sasuke simply turned away and walked slowly on. Fortunately, Naruto didn't see any of this, but he noticed Sasuke leaving and so he immediately followed him. With a sigh, Naruto slowly walked behind, trying not to look up. He was very ashamed, until, unexpectedly, Sasuke spoke to him first. Those words, Sasuke began. Before that, you said that my father cares about me. Is that true? Naruto was surprised. He didn't see Sasuke's face, but from his barely audible voice, he seemed to understand that Sasuke had been worried about this very thing in the morning and before the academy. Naruto smiled with a barely noticeable grin to himself. Yes, Sasuke. Fugaku-san often remembered you and used you as an example, telling me to be as persistent in my training as you were. It was awkward, but there was nothing to be done, because it was true. And while it seemed normal to Naruto, Sasuke didn't think so. For him, these words were special. Father, did he remember? Did he see? Tell me, Sasuke stopped. Did father see my training? Naruto tilted his head in confusion, unsure whether to answer or not. He was confused by Sasuke's serious expression. It seemed like this question was important to him, since he was the one who started this conversation. Well, we both saw it. Naruto scratched his head with a stupid smile. Still, he decided to say whether it was worth doing or not. Let the future Naruto deal with it. Sasuke was left dumbfounded, whether he was trying to remain serious, or was he flustered, or embarrassed. All of that faded away as he imagined, how fucking embarrassing it was. All this time he had been training, as he thought, in secret, and his father and Naruto had seen everything. It was terrifyingly awkward and unexpected. Sasuke. Coming to his senses, Sasuke quickly turned around to hide his face and walked on quickly. But Naruto noticed his reddened ears and smiled slightly again. Go faster, Sasuke urged Naruto. This was very unusual today. Sasuke stopped and waited for Naruto to come to him. Maybe this is a chance, flashed through Naruto's mind. Together they walked on level. It seemed that Sasuke could at least walk with him now. Although they still walked silently, even this Naruto was extremely happy. The first good news of the day. Answer. Sasuke started the conversation again. He turned his head towards Naruto with a less serious expression. To my first question, why do they hate you in the village? Naruto didn't want to answer. He wanted to remain silent, but that didn't seem like a good move. Sasuke wasn't stupid. He could see the full weight of the emotions on Naruto's face, but he didn't back down. He stubbornly wanted to know. Sasuke, I don't. Answer me, why do they hate you? Sasuke cut off with a more stern goal. Naruto was stumped. He looked away in panic to avoid answering. I want to understand you, Sasuke said unexpectedly. What? Naruto looked up at his interlocutor uncertainly, wondering and doubting that he had heard wrong. But Sasuke's frowning mask became more down to earth. You are the one who suddenly appeared in our house 2 years ago. I don't remember well when we first met. Sasuke looked at the sky, nostalgic. But I clearly remember that you were scared like a kitten then. I can't believe that someone who was so scared could be a monster. I want to understand why you were afraid then. What lies on your soul? Why do you endure all this terrible hatred towards yourself? It seemed strange. Why would Sasuke suddenly be interested in this? He had never asked Naruto about his past before. He became kinder because I told him about Lord Fugaku. That made sense. Mentally nodding to himself, Naruto began to doubt again. Should I tell Sasuke too much? Fugaku-san didn't say anything to keep me quiet, so I'm not sure if I should. Sasuke frowned again, and Naruto looked at him doubtfully. This continued for a short time in silence, where Sasuke began to lose patience, already wanting to insistently beg his brother to tell him again, but Naruto gave his word earlier. I don't really know myself. Sasuke looked at Naruto with slight bewilderment, but pressed his lips together and silently continued to listen. I can't even remember what my childhood was like exactly. What I do remember is that it was terrible. I was scared. I was alone, without family, friends, acquaintances. I was surrounded only by the hatred of the villagers towards me. They blamed me for things I didn't understand. They called me a monster and a murderer. Naruto recalled his terrible and painfully nightmarish childhood with trepidation, speaking with obvious reluctance. And Sasuke was stunned, or rather periodically, he secretly looked at Naruto with wide eyes, and although it was wrong, the curiosity of a 6-year-old child was stronger than surprise. Answer. Naruto did not talk about his bitter memories for long. Sasuke listened attentively, trying not to interrupt Naruto's mournful monologue. They walked along a dirt path, walking down a surprisingly lonely street, although neither boy noticed it. I don't remember what happened that day. I only remember running away. That's the only thing I remember then. And then, I woke up in your house. Are you sure? You really don't remember anything else? Sasuke asked. I'm sorry, but I really don't remember anything else. Naruto shook his head regretfully. Then, For Sasuke, it was a blow to the heart. Previously, he did not want to listen to any excuses Naruto made, and did not tolerate him being in the house, but now. Perhaps fate gave him such a chance, but the pride of the little Uchiha did not disappear either. Part of him really wanted to sympathize with the little boy who was called a monster, but another part of him just couldn't accept it. Sasuke held a grudge against Naruto. He himself didn't know exactly what, but he just couldn't stand to be around him. These conflicting thoughts clashed in Sasuke's head, because of which he began to tell a story without thinking. As the son of the clan head, it is my responsibility to be better than the rest. Father bragged about my brother to others a lot. He was called a genius everywhere he went, and Father was just incredibly proud. For the first time, a hint of sadness flashed in Sasuke's eyes. The clan's treasure, a genius born at the age of 100, a student who graduated from the academy before the rest, and had great talent. It was always my responsibility to be as tall as them, so as not to let my father lose face, so that he could also proudly say that his children are talented. That not only his eldest son is a genius. I don't want to be their shadow, I also want to shine and cover everyone else with my own shadow, become stronger. At that moment, Sasuke's eyes shone. It seemed like he was now flying in his dream world. Naruto listened silently, also not interrupting his interlocutor. Before you take away my chance to shine. Sasuke's eyes regained the clouded look he had turned to the ground. What? But I didn't do anything. Naruto protested indignantly. Sasuke looked into Naruto's eyes. The boy had no idea if they were sinister or if they were preparing something bad for him, so Naruto simply grimaced and turned away, but continued to convince. I didn't do anything. You can say whatever you want. But the fact is the fact. You stole my father. Naruto looked at Sasuke in shock, already taking a deep breath to protest in one breath, but only after a moment, he swallowed it and calmly answered. Sasuke, I didn't do anything. Mr. Fugaku himself offered me to train with him, I couldn't refuse him. You could, but you didn't, Sasuke denied. No, I told you, I can't contradict Mr. Fugaku, because he is my benefactor. It's still not a good enough reason for him to spend so much time on you. Naruto clenched his teeth tightly, he had nothing to say to Sasuke's stubbornness. His inner mind told him that he should finish, but for the first time his stubbornness lost to reason. No, without Lord Fugaku, I wouldn't have been able to restrain the monster's power. Realizing that he had said too much, Naruto immediately covered his mouth with his hand. A monster. Sasuke turned to Naruto with interest. You're saying that your father is helping you contain the monster inside you. Naruto had already cursed himself 100 times internally for his stupid tongue, which was reflected on his face as bitter remorse, for the most serious sin in his life. Sasuke glanced doubtfully at Naruto, showing suspicion. And even though his rational side told him to just shut up, Naruto couldn't keep quiet about something so suspicious. Lord Fugaku, help me harness the power of the nine-tailed beast inside me, and use its chakra for my own benefit, Naruto muttered through his teeth with great regret. Sasuke grinned with mock glee at his small victory and continued his interrogation. And you have already achieved success. Naruto winced and replied with unusual irritation. But then he fell silent. Naruto and Sasuke saw 3 young adults ahead. If we describe them in more detail, it seemed that they could be between 21 and 25 years old. All were dressed in regular Konoha gear with a green vest. The one between them had spiky brown hair that was pointed in all directions like a hedgehog, was about 1.80 meters tall, had a completely normal build, the same brown eyes, and a bandage on his cheek that was very noticeable. The second one on the left was a little under 1.76 meters, thinner build, with a blue bandana with a Konoha projector on it, with the same brown curls on both sides. Only the dark eyes stood out. The third one on the right was average in size, 178 meters, but had some thick gabs for a shinobi. His black hair was braided in a pigtail at the back, his eyes were closed, nothing else stood out. Naruto eventually identified him as a hedgehog, a bandana, and a fat man. Both boys fell silent at the same time. Sasuke looked serious again, and Naruto looked down at the ground, trying not to raise his head. Both groups seemed to pass by in silence, not even looking at each other. Naruto was jubilant inside, he hoped to avoid trouble, especially around Sasuke, and everything would be fine, but behind him they were approached. Hey, wait. What Naruto feared most had happened. Sasuke and Naruto turned around silently, though Naruto still kept his head down. You. The sharp-headed one pointed at Naruto. Raise your head. Naruto became noticeably nervous, and Sasuke chuckled in displeasure. We don't have to. Don't waste our time. Sasuke was about to turn around and take a couple of steps, but he stopped and looked around. His friend was being held by the shoulder from behind. You. Do I know you? The sharp-headed man turned to Naruto. Naruto shook his head slowly. Then raise your head, I promise I won't do anything. Naruto knew that if he lifted it, he would get hurt. So, he did nothing. The sharp-headed one didn't like it, and with more decisive actions he shook Naruto. The boy was not ready for this, and so he suddenly raised his head, where their eyes met. At first, Sharphead was surprised, as he did not expect it, and thought that he was just imagining it. But it was still true, and so his face slowly began to distort into contempt and hatred. Nine-tailed, Sharp-headed briefly commented. What? The fat man intervened in the conversation, and after taking a closer look at Naruto, he shouted excitedly, You little bastard. The faces of the sharp-headed's friends acquired the same look of hatred and contempt for the boy. The sharp-headed grabbed Naruto by the collar, lifting him up to his neck, looking down arrogantly. You damn monster, you still dare to appear before us. Naruto was trapped between the impenetrable strength of an adult and the panic attack of a child. He had always been afraid of the villagers, and the worst thing that could happen, had happened. Naruto's entire body was numb and did not obey, he was just shaking like a sack in fear in the hands of his butcher. Well, it turns out that today we will be doing this work, the guy with the bandana grinned. Let's begin. The fat man nodded. Sharphead gripped Naruto's collar tighter, as Sasuke pounced on Sharphead, pushing him back, and he, not expecting this, lost some balance, but let Naruto fall on his ass. I told you, don't waste our time. I don't care what your intentions are, if you try to hit my brother, I won't hold back. With his eyes full of challenge, Sasuke proudly puffed out his chest and stood in a stance. Brother. This was the first time Naruto had ever experienced this. He seemed to come out of a trance and felt new sensations in his heart. He acknowledged me. He finally acknowledged me. 2 whole years of waiting and patience finally paid off, albeit in a similar way, but Naruto didn't care. Finally his wish was fulfilled. Sasuke acknowledged him. He finally had a full-fledged family, from which Naruto excitedly accepted a light, relieved, and at the same time such a radiant smile. If not for the circumstances, he might even have cried. Commentary to Part 9 Academy, Part 2, this time I will definitely finish writing, today or tomorrow. Part 10 Academy, Part 3. Commentary on Part 10 Academy, Part 3. Well, I'm looking for helpers to help edit my story. I don't like my writing style, it's important for me to get the point across, but at the same time it's enjoyable to read. Boy, the man with the bandana addressed him. Let's leave here on good terms, and don't get in the way, okay? He cracked his knuckles. Sasuke snorted at this statement and stubbornly stood in place. The Trinity began to lose patience, and the first one who decided to remove the impudent boy from here was a wide swing of the fist of the sharp-headed one. Sasuke didn't have time to react in time. He belatedly leaned back to dodge, but the fist was faster. But suddenly, a hand grabbed his back and pulled him down. Sasuke didn't understand what exactly happened, but as soon as he sank to the ground, he looked in shock at Naruto, who stood in front, shielding him from the 3 men. He has nothing to do with this. Don't touch him, Naruto shouted. Naruto. Sasuke was shocked and instantly jumped to his feet. Naruto, what the hell are you? Before he could finish speaking, the sharp-headed one delivered a second heavy right blow towards Naruto. Awakening his dual Tomoe Sharingan, Naruto was able to successfully push himself to the side, instantly pushing Sasuke behind him. The sharp-headed one, who had not reacted in time, almost stumbled and fell, but managed to stay on his feet. His friends clearly did not expect such a turn of events, and stood at a distance with sour expressions. In theory, everything should have happened according to the script. Beat up a child who would not be able to fight back. And even if it does not sound noble, only those who have lost a dear person can understand what it is like when the one who killed him lives next to you, and no matter who he is, the thirst for revenge clouds clear reason. Silence. The sharp-headed man straightened up and looked over his shoulder at the little rascal. Even if the first blow misses, he remains a child. Here, Sasuke, who couldn't keep up with the situation, tried to say something. A sharp swing of the leg, sharp-headed, around the entire axis, passes right past Naruto, who managed to fall to the ground. Eyes. The sharp-headed one narrowed his eyes. This could become a problem. The Uchiha clan acts as the police. It would be a bad idea to get involved with them, although it was already inevitable with the son of the leader. Here they were unlucky. As an individual example, the Uchiha clan stands out with its eyes, which see everything. And this kid already has them. Sharingan. So you awakened the Sharingan, you creator. The sharp-headed one said with annoyance. TCH, couldn't they find a more worthy bearer? And they chose you. Please. Naruto pouted and begged. Let us go, I beg you. I didn't do anything to you. Slightly surprised, the sharp-headed man grinned sourly. Boy, your very existence is a problem for this world. The sharp-headed man continued to grin. Enough. Stop it. Sasuke was already going to storm to cover Naruto, but a man with a bandana stopped him with his hand. Cool down, Uchiha-san. We only need him. He pointed his finger at Naruto. You stay out of this mess. No. He threw his hand away, but he was immediately twisted into an embrace and lifted up by the man with the bandana. Let go. Let me go. Damn it, what a hassle with the kids. Sasuke continued to scream, trying to free himself, but it was all in vain. Seeing what happened to his brother, Naruto slowly backed away from the sharp-headed one hanging over him and tried to negotiate. Please, he didn't do anything. He has nothing to do with it, if you need me. A sharp blow with his hand, and only with the help of his eyes Naruto manages to throw himself aside again. Don't worry, little creature, the sharp-headed one looked down at him. Once we're done with you, he can go free. We don't want the Konoha police here before we're done, do we? No longer hiding his glee, The sharp-headed one seemed to enjoy the role of the villain. The fat man was behind, not letting Naruto leave. On the other side of the intersection, holding Sasuke in his arms, stood the man with the bandana. A miniature scene was played out, where Naruto didn't have a chance. Instantly, the sharp-headed one got into a fighting stance and began to attack. The result was obvious. The already established shinobi was winning an unconditional victory in terms of strength over the not yet established shinobi Naruto. The only thing Naruto was superior to his opponent in was reaction. No matter how his opponent tried to hit, he could not do it without Naruto noticing this blow. But unfortunately, reality is harsh. Even with an unconditional reaction, it was a one-sided beating. Naruto just fell, pushed off, and spun. These were not the movements honed in battle. This was a sloppy game where he spent a lot of energy not letting himself be touched. His opponent did not shy away from using the entire set of taijutsu techniques he had accumulated in his life, with his legs and hands, although he did not give it his all. He was a child after all. In this strange dance of the child and the shinobi, the fat man, sweating like he was on pins and needles, nervously turned to his comrade. Yomu, leave him alone. To hell with these problems. Yes, Yomu, the man with the bandage agreed with the fat man, barely holding the already not screaming, because of the palm on his mouth. Sasuke, do you need this kid? Let others deal with him, we will have problems. And although both of the sharp-headed man's partners were clearly against the bullying, the sharp-headed man simply waved it off. It's too late, he said, swinging his arm wide. We are already participants in the same case, so let's finish the game to the end. Even though Naruto was tough, this game was too much for him. The first powerful kick to the stomach from the sharp-headed one had him pinned against the wall. Cough. A dull thud against the wall. Sasuke was in shock. He panicked and tried to free himself, but it was all in vain. Holding his stomach, Naruto leaned against the wall with wild pain, but the world did not stop trying to kill him. Not leaving time even to rest, the sharp-headed one again kicked the place where Naruto was, who deftly passed between his legs. Ha! The sharp-headed one grinned. You know, creature, we are actually fighting. And you won't win a fight if you only dodge. Once again in a fighting stance, the sharp-headed one began a series of attacks on the no longer so active Naruto. Dona, don't just stand there like a pillar. The sharp-headed man suddenly shouted at his fat partner. The fat man, nervous and scared, did not realize anything, and simply ran with a fierce cry at the unsuspecting Naruto. Grabbed, holding him with both hands, the fat man pressed him tightly to himself. No, please, let me go. I beg you, I beg you, I beg you. Naruto, in fear, almost crying, begged for mercy. Gotcha. A swing of the hand, and another hit, but this time to the face. The fat man couldn't hold the kid back, which is why Naruto fell to the ground like a potato. Not so nimble anymore, ha! The sharp-headed man laughed maliciously. The nervous fat man panicked and walked towards his shocked bandana-wearing comrade. A terrible beating began. How do you like it, ha? Doesn't it hurt? Maybe more, the sharp-headed one mocked, already kicking Naruto in all accessible places. Although he covered himself with his hands, the pain was still terrifying for such a young body. Naruto, in fear, Sasuke bit the kidnapper's hand with all his might. And ran towards the enemy with all his might. Well, what can you say now? It doesn't hurt now, does it? Naruto had no more strength left. His whole face was crippled, his hands couldn't hold him anymore, nor could his body. These few seconds were enough to completely turn the child into a crippled doll, holding him by the shirt and finishing him off to death. Naruto's thoughts were already confused. He couldn't think of anything, the pain was dulling everything, and he wanted to cry like hell, but he couldn't, it was too painful. Everything was like in a fog. And in that fog, a small figure pounced on his personal tormentor, trying to hold his hand, and for a moment he even succeeded, until he was thrown back. It seemed that Naruto was no longer interesting, because he was abandoned, thrown to the ground. The big shadow turned around and shouted something at the little shadow. He couldn't hear exactly anymore, and even though his eyes were swollen, he still strained them, gritting his teeth. The pain had become familiar, but what was more terrible than the pain? Sasuke was also grabbed by the shirt, knocked to the ground. The same sharp-headed man was already hanging over him. Sasuke saved him and now he's in danger. Naruto's eyes widened, he was too worried. His heart was pounding. He tried to lean on his hand, but it didn't work. He was shouting something, but I couldn't hear him. Sasuke. The thought of safety flashed through Naruto's head. He was very scared. The first day of the academy, and already on the first day there was danger. To hell with him, with Sasuke. God, what would happen if something happened to him? What would he tell his parents? How would they look at him? What would he be able to tell them? For someone, the former situation may become a huge and even very terrible tragedy for a child, for whom having found a family, because of him their real son is beaten. The heart beats wildly, and for the first time, a previously unknown feeling intoxicated Naruto. It was anger. For the first time, succumbing to such an emotion, Naruto stood up as if nothing had happened, and even ran screaming at the sharp-eyed one. What? The sharp-headed one, who didn't have time to react, received a powerful blow to the face, which even threw him into the distance. Sasuke. Immediately taking Sasuke's arm, Naruto drags him away. Sasuke, who was already ready to take his first blow in his life, was saved. He did not understand what happened, and was again amazed, and even admired Naruto's bravery. Yomu, how are you? Are you okay? The comrades tried to help their wayward friend, but he only pushed him away. Damn it, that's enough. That's it, damn it. The sharp-headed one quickly rubbed the badly injured spot. It was too strong a blow, even for a shinobi of his level. Evening time. Naruto walked limping, leaning on Sasuke who was holding him. He didn't look very good, and neither was his mood. They walked in silence. Sasuke kept turning around worriedly towards Naruto, asking him all the time if everything was okay. Naruto himself was far from okay inside. What should I do? The boy thought to himself. Because of me he almost got into trouble. It was true that he himself had been the original target, and Sasuke had just gotten caught in the crossfire. It killed him that he had almost gotten hurt because of him. He wouldn't have been able to forgive himself, he wouldn't have been able to stand up to Mikoto and Fugaku, he wouldn't have been able to explain himself. In his mind he imagined only the worst that could happen and what would happen. He already sees himself being driven away, the smiles disappearing, and being left alone again. Cold sweat runs down him, he is insanely afraid, he does not want to go back. And even though Naruto was the only one injured out of the two of them, he didn't pay any attention to it. Only Sasuke, with his adrenaline pumping, was also insanely scared for him. They had only recently communicated well, and now there was such a deathly silence. Naruto's appearance was completely destroyed both mentally and physically. One could only guess how he felt now, how scared he was when he was attacked. With all this, along with the fear, Sasuke saw Naruto in a new light for the first time. His fearless fightback became an example of what Sasuke wanted to be. In fact, he began to admire him, and it was no longer possible to say that he didn't want such a cool and fearless brother. Itachi is not taken into account. We're almost home, just hold on a little longer, Sasuke said worriedly. Yeah. Naruto nodded, looking downcast. Looking sadly at brother, Sasuke grinned crookedly and said with a smile. And you looked really cool when you dodged the attacks. Ha, Naruto answered, not quite understanding. How he attacked you, and you dodged it so skillfully, once, Sasuke gestured with his hand, and then, how angry he got, and bam. You almost knocked him out. You looked so cool, he said with admiration. Ah, well. And you, Sasuke said, a little shyly, well, you saved me, thank you very much. Oh. No, it's just that when I saw that he. Brother, Naruto shuddered at the mere word, and a spasm ran through his body. It seemed to him that he had imagined it. What? What did you say? Sasuke smirked. I called you brother. From now on, you are my brother. After all, real brothers help each other in difficult times. Sasuke smiled widely. And besides, you saved me, even though I treated you so badly. What? No, it wasn't like that. Naruto quickly shook his head. No, Sasuke answered firmly and seriously. I treated you unfairly. I didn't even try to get to know you better. Remembering their conversation before the fight, Sasuke thought about her the whole time. I treated you unfairly, forgive me. And thank you again for saving me, brother. Again, shyly, hiding his face to the other side, Sasuke said. It hurt him a lot when he was beaten, but suddenly, all the pain disappeared in an instant, and instead, his soul felt so good. Naruto did not know what to expect from the Fugaku family, how they would accept him, who they were and what to expect from them. But they were kind. All this time they patiently waited for him, accepted him, fed him, clothed him. They gave him not just shelter. They gave him life. Not a simple life, as everyone says or receives, but a real, living one. Maybe for the first time in his life he hit a person. Before that, he never fought back, but only ran away, and this became at least some kind of payment for this very kindness. Tears began to creep out treacherously. Naruto could no longer control himself. He had cried so many times, and this was the first time when tears were shed not from resentment or fear, but from happiness. Naruto was so happy at that moment. He was recognized. He was recognized as a brother. A loved one. He smiled at him and said thank you, such simple words for which he was so happy. For which he was so immensely grateful. Hey, Naruto, did I say something wrong? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry if I offended you. Sasuke apologized in a panic. No. Naruto shook his head, wiping away his tears. I'm just very happy, Naruto said with a wide, tear-smeared smile. Sasuke was surprised, but later he also felt very warm in his soul. And he began to hug Naruto so tightly, so calmly soothed him on the back. They got home safely. Although it was evening, it was strange that they were unable to meet any patrols or people, although at that moment a middle-aged man stood with his arms crossed in front of the house, in whom they recognized their father, Uchiha Fugaku. Slowly the duo, one holding the other with an arm slung over them, walked up and stood in front of their father. Neither of them dared to start a conversation. The father's heavy gaze fell on both of them. Naruto looked down, not daring to look. Sasuke only swallowed, not having the courage to utter a word. Sasuke, go inside, Fugaku said heavily. But his father's heavy gaze cut through all the doubts Sasuke felt. He glanced at his brother one last time with an uncertain look before walking home, also uncertainly. Answer, they were left alone. Naruto didn't know if Fugaku was looking at him right now. All he was doing was cowering like a little turtle. He was scared. What was waiting for him now? Would he be kicked out? And there was a huge, outstretched hand in front of him. Naruto looked up at it hesitantly, and tried to look at Fugaku out of the corner of his eye. But it resonated with the moon so much, it was very scary, so his gaze stopped on Fugaku's hand. I want to take you somewhere, do you mind? There was a short silence, and Naruto just nodded slightly. Taking Fugaku's hand, they slowly began to walk along the night road. They walked in silence. Naruto was on edge. He was extremely uncomfortable. At the same time, he didn't know if he noticed his battered appearance in the evening. If he did, he just didn't say anything about it. Basically, Naruto felt good enough to just walk now. It would take quite a long time for him to fully recover. Why are you in this state? The sharp question made the little body break out in a cold sweat. Without daring, Naruto quietly answered. Nothing. Fugaku sighed heavily, and didn't ask any more questions, leaving Naruto in an uncertain state. Naruto, I want to tell you. His heart skipped a beat. Here it was. The worst punishment for all his sins. Naruto closed his eyes tightly and was ready to accept it all. What would you like to achieve? A. Your fate. Less difficult, one could even say more gently, said Fugaku. I would like to know if you have goals that you would like to realize in life. It's a strangely posed question, but it seems like Naruto is thinking about this for the first time. He hadn't thought about it before. No. Naruto shook his head. I see. Heavy tone again. Then, looking straight at Naruto. I would like to offer you to listen to a proposal from our clan. Are you interested? They stopped. Naruto was perplexed, and did not dare to ask or look up. What did they want to offer him? The shinobi world is a very dangerous place. Fugaku looked at the moon. A world where it is impossible to cope without strength. After all, it is impossible to know what dangers may await you, your friends, or maybe your family. Looking down, assessing the boy's reaction, Naruto only raised his eyes uncertainly. I'm not trying to scare you. I just want to warn you. I want you to have the strength to protect yourself. Hinting at the injuries received today, I still noticed. But power has no meaning without a goal. Just as a person has no meaning without a dream. And so, a huge staircase that leads high and higher. We are here now. The Uchiha clan council house. A huge and very dark room was opened behind huge doors. There was almost no light here, only candles stretched along the path to an old, but huge, stone tablet. It started to drizzle outside and it was starting to rain. Fugaku let go of his hand and slowly began to move deeper into the building. Naruto, after some hesitation, began to follow. Our clan's history goes back thousands of years. Fugaku began his story. Many generations of Uchiha have raised both worthy shinobi and heroes. Our achievements, as well as our culture, have been able to survive in a world like the shinobi world. The rain outside grew heavier, and the door began to creak quietly. The power and strength of our clan will forever remain in the history of this world. Fugaku stopped, turning his back. And this power turned to injustice. A thunderstorm hit the door and they started knocking. Naruto. Fugaku turned to him. Do you know the history of the Hidden Leaf Village? Naruto shook his head uncertainly, slowly moving closer. In the old days, when there were no hidden villages yet, our clan waged a long war with our sworn enemies, the Senju clan. It is not known exactly how long this war lasted, but at some point, both clan leaders, after all the casualties of the war, decided to declare a truce. They decided that they would no longer spill the blood of young shinobi in their senseless wars. And they laid the foundation for the villages. Naruto proudly said Fugaku, one of the clans that founded Konoha. Goosebumps ran all over Naruto's body. Naruto had a hard time studying, but hearing about the history of the shinobi world, especially about his clan, was very exciting. We lived in peace, and we were given the duty to protect this village from any encroachment from outside. And we carried out the mission given to us. The fourth Hokage. He began uncertainly. Uchiha Minato. The first Uchiha in the history of Konoha as Hokage. I will not explain what happened before, I want you to understand the most important thing. The day of the attack of the nine-tailed. Fugaku grimaced. It was obvious that he didn't want to touch on this topic, but Naruto listened. The day the fourth Hokage died was fatal for our clan. We, one of the founding clans, were accused of the attack of the nine-tailed beast on our village, he continued sullenly. The shock on his face made him stop and stumble back. His nervousness wanted to come out and scream that it wasn't true, but he didn't dare, not in front of Fugaku. We were removed from our work. Our clan remained intact. Because of this, others began to spread false rumors about us. We were slandered, despised, no longer respected as the legitimate authority in the village. Naruto. For the first time, Fugaku addressed his son sadly. What has happened to you up until this point is wrong. Shock again. Goosebumps started to run down my skin again. His clan, this pride, this honor, this meaning. His clan, to which he belongs, was entrusted with the duty of protecting Konoha. Awesome. And that is why, Fugaku stood tall in front of Naruto. The thunderstorm swelled, answering the call of the Uchiha. Uchiha Naruto. On behalf of the entire clan. Thunderstorms began to flare up again. People began to appear from the shadows, with eyes as red as his. There were many of them, very many. They sat and looked at him. I ask you, as its leader, lend me your power, and accept the legacy of your blood. With the thunder, Naruto fully raised his gaze for the first time, and was confronted with Fugaku's 3-volume Sharingan, causing him to hesitate again, and retreat. I ask you to accept the Uchiha legacy. Your true family. Fugaku stood proudly, every word of his like lightning diverted to his call. Naruto was amazed and afraid, befuddled by the very thought. Purpose, legacy, importance. His clan needed him, the duty that his clan had started, that sustained this world. Naruto was surrounded by a huge crowd of his clansmen. His leader, his men. All of them were waiting for his answer, all of them were looking at him with bloodshot eyes, their heritage. Swallowing air, Naruto slowly knelt down in front of the leader. The uncertainty and instability in this situation did not allow him to even think about resisting. Make a promise, Naruto, Fugaku said loudly. Become one with us. Help your clan. You are our blood. You are part of our family. Part of the family. Naruto was struck by convulsions again. His weak point, his meaning, his hope, his fear. The clan is his family. My clan needs me, my family needs me. Dropping to both knees, Naruto slowly lowered himself to the ground, and under the sounds of thunder, he swore an oath. I, Uchiha Naruto, I swear, in the name of our clan, to fulfill his will. I swear to accept his legacy. With trembling lips, Naruto's breathing became rapid, but he continued. Will you become his protector? Will you respond to his interests? People from different sides spoke. I swear that I will give my all, in the name of the clan. I swear that I will become a blade that will help the clan in its duties. I swear that I will not leave the clan in its hour of need. I, Uchiha Naruto, will forever give my all to the family. I swear to you. His heart, like his body, trembled. Uchiha Naruto would forever hold this oath in his heart. An oath given in a thunderstorm, in the heart of the Uchiha clan, under a stone tablet, on his knees, surrounded by dozens of blood-red Sharingans. In front of his head. In front of his father. This moment would forever remain in his memory, as one of his curses. Rise, my son. From now on, you are one of us. The cursed oath given under a thunderstorm. The third Tomo awakened him. Part 11. What is so beautiful about this world? Darkness. Wherever you ran, you met no one, no matter how much you shouted, no one responded. In the dark twilight, without realizing it, Uchiha Naruto ran through his own village. He felt no fear, and did not even realize that he was running. Everything seemed self-evident, until in a second the realization of what was happening sank into his head. He saw in the sky an intoxicated darkness mixed with fire. He looked around, everything was empty. Completely empty. No light, no people, the emptiness of the houses of an empty village. Uncertainty and a feeling of anxiety filled his heart. It seemed that he himself did not understand what he was trying to find, but he had to go. Where is he? Already on the main street. Everything was changing. Was he changing? Where am I? A wide road that he didn't recognize, but it offered a barely visible view of Mount Hokage. Is it worth going there? Naruto thought. A powerful push. The ground cracked and began to rumble. Turning around, he saw a monster that destroyed buildings with one swing. Its size was enormous, with no end in sight. Its teeth and mouth were terrible. The nine-tailed demon in a mad rush destroyed everything it could reach. How small Naruto felt compared to this monster, but the monster's bloody sharp gaze stopped on him. Looked straight at him. Trying to run, a wall appeared behind Naruto. That same brick wall, that same alley. The nine-tailed fox, at a wild speed, destroying everything in its path, reached him, with its mouth wide open. His gaze found itself in his night room. Just a dream. Clutching his rapidly beating heart, he experienced another nightmare today. Looking at the alarm clock on the nightstand. 3:44. Covering his head with his hands, Naruto could no longer fall asleep. Naruto walked to the academy alone. There was no great desire to go to the academy, and Sasuke, moral support on the way, caught a fever. He was left at home in bed. Once he was near the academy grounds, he began to see familiar faces of his classmates more and more often. They greeted and chatted with each other so casually. Something he himself could not boast of. Maybe the problem was in him after all. He didn't make any friends on the first day. He only ran into trouble in the form of a bully, which made going inside even more scary. What did he do to him? He kept quiet, didn't stand out. Damn fool. Of course, all these thoughts were just in his head, because if Kiba was right in front of him, Naruto wouldn't be able to answer him. He didn't have the courage. And then there were those stupid shinobi. And now, he too is in this stream of people. Hearing their conversations, seeing their faces. His heart was choking, but his head itself wanted to study the ground it walked on. He really missed Sasuke now. Just a glimpse, two curious eyes managed to see him through the crowd. But Naruto was already inside. Sitting alone was boring. When the lesson started, Naruto wanted to listen with fire in his heart and remember all the information he could. He still had that feeling of either fear or awe before his promise to the clan. Maybe he didn't fully understand what exactly he had promised. At least he realized that he had to try hard in his studies. It was planned that way in the beginning. Unfortunately, Naruto quickly stopped listening to the teacher and started thinking about all sorts of stupid things for others. His dream, his promise, all the circumstances he was going through. Once Fugaku-san, father, asked him what he wanted to strive for in life. A difficult question for a 6-year-old child. He had never even thought about it before. That's why one of the tasks given to him was to decide what his heart wanted. It's hard and uncomfortable when people ask about things like this. ... What does it mean to be a shinobi? Sensei Iruka continued the topic of the lecture, putting away the book. If we talk in a historical framework, then even in the era before the villages, shinobi could only have a military specialty. There were no academies then, and there was no unification, which we can see now. How did they manage to achieve this? Does anyone know how the village was formed? Several students raised their hands. The teacher glanced at them and nodded. You go. Yes. Ino stood up. Our village was founded from the unification of two clans, the Senju and the Uchiha, after a long war. This happened thanks to the first Hokage, who sought peace, and created the Wall of Fire. Aruma smiled wryly and nodded a couple of times. You answered almost correctly. Sit down. That's right, the Hidden Leaf village was the result of the unification of two clans, and it is generally accepted that the first Hokage is the one who united the two warring clans, but that is not entirely true. At that time, the head of the Uchiha clan also had and used power for peace. We can no longer reliably know how this happened, but it is known for sure that it ended on Kanuka Hill, where both clan leaders entered the fight. Teacher. But later the head of the Uchiha clan, later tried to organize a rebellion. One of the students shouted out his unexpected question. Yes, you need to raise your hands if you want to say something, don't interrupt. Sighing, Haruka scratched the back of his head in annoyance. Why won't anyone tell the names of the two heads? Is it really that bad? The heirs of these very clans are present here, don't they know their own history? Of course, he meant Naruto, who was huddled in the corner of the first class, looking thoughtfully at the table. Haruka only glanced at him out of the corner, but didn't pay attention. Let's leave that for the next history lesson. Ino mentioned the Will of Fire, that's right. Before that, the Will of Fire didn't exist, it was just a simplified version of the Senju clan philosophy, which after being reworked, the first Hokage called the Will of Fire. Glancing briefly at his watch, there were less than 2 minutes left until the end of class. Look, let's have everyone answer what it means to be a shinobi by the next history lesson. That'll be homework. Everyone, go to the next lesson. The bell rang, Naruto barely listened, he remembered the monster from his dreams, and hundreds of red eyes. What does it mean to be a shinobi? Naruto didn't hear anything else. The lessons were over, and now he was walking back home alone again. What does it mean to be a shinobi? In Naruto's person, they were scoundrels who do not help ordinary people, but watch torture from behind the scenes. This is the impression he got about shinobi. Of course, the Konoha police do not fall into this category. After Naruto was taken in, the Uchihas helped and drove away scoundrels more than once, like those 3 thugs. But he can't tell the teacher what he really thinks, otherwise everyone will just say that he is bragging about his clan or something like that. Naruto had no idea how to respond. That was until he bumped his head into the big-headed boy. Hey, are you asking for trouble? Whether it was because Naruto looked weak or the boy himself had an explosive temper, a fight was inevitable. And he had a lot of friends with him. Do you feel cool? Ha, I'm talking to you. And again a failure. I shouldn't have looked under my feet, I should have looked ahead. Why am I so unlucky? Hey, you, what are you doing? An unexpected shout behind. Turning around he saw 2 girls. He had seen them before when he first went to the academy. Leave him alone, you hooligans. Sakura shouted with determination. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, the hooligans began to jeer in a friendly crowd. Ha ha ha. What, will the girls protect you? Ha ha ha. Naruto himself didn't have the courage to fight back, he could only swallow the insults silently, but he didn't want the girls to suffer because of him, let them beat him up instead. P please. D let's. N no N need. What are you mumbling about? I didn't hear you. N no N need. Can't you speak normally, weakling? Pushing himself away with force, Naruto fell helplessly to the ground. Oh. Come on, and you still call yourselves boys. Sakura and Ino ran up and covered Naruto with themselves. Let the kid figure out for himself that he's a wimp. He doesn't watch where he's going, and you're still covering for him. When are there so many of you? Stop lying. You're stupid, because we go together. To misbehave. We weren't being hooligans, we were here before him, and he was the first to get involved. The screaming altercation was attracting attention. Without even understanding what it was, Naruto felt his dignity being crushed. He was so weak that even girls had to protect him, and he himself was not capable of giving any fight back. Okay, that's it, we're leaving. Enough of this yelling. Ura. Kiba appeared with a speed that was wild for Naruto, and with one precise blow he brought down the big-headed one. Excellent, Kiba grinned. He just wanted to fight someone. The fight ended as quickly as it began. As soon as Kiba went on the attack, he was immediately overwhelmed by the numerical superiority. Lying down, he tried to fight back, but it was all doomed. Under the girls' screams calling for him to stop, Naruto stood in complete daze. This is what his world was like. A world where the majority devoured the loners. Where weakness appears, anger appears. All life, as one moment. I don't know if this is right. Is the world right if it is arranged this way? Isn't it natural if he created himself this way and lived by these rules? Not a drop of anger, not even sympathy. It's just a normal phenomenon of this world. Hey, idiots. A bored Shikamaru appeared from around the corner. I already told you that you are beating up Kiba here. I advise you to run away before you get scolded. Damn it, Shikamaru. What are we going to do? Of course run, idiot. The last thing I need is to get it from my mom. Having trampled their victim, the gang of children fled from their crime scene. And Kiba, full of a victorious grin, shook himself and shouted. You are lucky today, but if you meet me next time, You won't run away so easily. Enough already, Kiba. It's obvious that you can't handle them. Shikamaru sighed reluctantly and discontentedly. How are you? Ha. From his crazy, wide smile, his face twisted in pain. Thaha. Damn, it hurts. We need to take him home. Ino turned to Naruto with concern. What a stupid freak. I'll tell Sensei a rumor about everything. Sakura bared her teeth. No need, Shikamaru crossed. This will only complicate things. Are you kidding me? Look at the state Kiba is in, it's terrible. I'm okay, Sakura-chan. Shut up. Ah. I agree with Sakura, we can't leave it like this, but before that we need to take care of his wounds. Shikamaru lazily tilted his head back, occasionally glancing sideways at Naruto. He didn't like his inaction. Kiba was breathing heavily, his head was spinning a little, but he straightened up, grabbed Naruto and pulled him towards him. Why don't you fight back? I kept seeing you muttering something under your breath. Can't you stand up for yourself? Are they complete scumbags, or are you the spineless weakling who's afraid to stand up for yourself? Fool Kiba, you were beaten. Ino carefully dragged her back. He just didn't expect it to happen, that's all. It all happened too fast. Sakura defended. No, it wasn't just here. On the first day, you just suffered in silence too. Don't you have any courage at all? No pride or self-esteem. Do you like being walked all over? Ha. Naruto remained silent. He didn't dare look Kiba in the eyes. TT's Kiba clicked his tongue in disappointment. It was a mistake to come to your rescue. I'm leaving. Kiba. Ino ran after her, worried. Shikamaru, who had been silent until now, glanced at one, then the other. And silently followed Kiba. Sakura took a couple of steps after him, turned to look at the lonely, dejected Naruto, and although she wanted to, she kept silent and ran after Kiba. It was a hard and tiring day. Naruto was walking home alone. From the following days at the academy, Naruto became a full-fledged outcast. The bullying started from that underage gang. Kiba openly ignored him. Shikamaru didn't pay attention, and even the girls who usually took the initiative threw little greetings and didn't come up anymore. The academy was no longer any different from the outside world. It was part of his world. Commentary on Part 11. What is so beautiful about this world? Criticism is welcome. Part 12. Life for the clan. Commentary on Part 12. Life for the clan. I agree, it's a bad habit to not write enough, but inspiration doesn't always come as pain destiny. Who can tell you about your destiny, and what can you give to this world in return? The world of violence is your own world. From birth to your years, if people treat you with hostility, outbursts of anger and indifference, what kind of person could you become? Does fate stand above a person, or does a person create his own destiny? Can people stop hating? Or maybe they can learn humility and forgiveness. Stop blaming the world for their failures. Who can answer these questions? Have a good study. Naruto. Mikoto smiled affectionately, stroking Naruto's head. The boy nodded quietly and turned around to prepare for a new day at the academy. Behind the door, behind the fence of the gate, Itachi stood with someone else. His face was not visible. Only his hands. Itachi smiled at him, waving his hand, and the man disappeared. With the same smile, Itachi turned his attention to Naruto. You're awake, Naruto. Yes. Naruto nodded uncertainly, closing the gate behind him. There was a brief silence. Naruto. I'm sorry, I'll go. Naruto walked away with his head down and his steps quick. Itachi sighed, grimacing. You don't need to be embarrassed by me, Naruto. Itachi said in a calm tone. We are brothers. We are brothers. Naruto glanced back out of the corner of his eye. Itachi was still there, still smiling. Did he really consider him a brother? Naruto couldn't ask. His heart of inner self-destruction was beating too hard. Time continued to pass. The monthly reports continued, although, as his father said, they seemed more like a waste of time about the actions of the Jinchuriki. And Naruto agreed with this, although Naruto tried to independently reason about the correctness of such actions, as Itachi advised him, but under the protectorate of his father, he used his arguments. The constant lack of sleep became a problem that Naruto had a hard time dealing with alone. Dreams kept him awake, endlessly tormented him with nightmares of a huge monster. But neither the Hokage nor anyone else Naruto could share his injuries with, except for the head of the Uchiha clan, could know about it. Naruto told only his father and the head. As a result, the head hid this information from the village's top brass and the rest of the clan, demanding that Naruto not tell anyone or reveal this flaw. In the end, his father even praised him for this. Although mentally tired, Naruto accepted this condition with satisfaction. Now Naruto began to use sleeping pills periodically. The academy became Naruto's second home, which was no better than anywhere else. Studying was not easy for Naruto. Learning the ninja way was always a difficult task, as his mother said. Concentration and desire for this were motivated only by the clan's expectations, but not by his own initiative. Relations with peers were cold and unproductive. However, for Naruto it was even better. He did not want to communicate with them, he was worthless anyway. And so the days passed at the academy. But with all that, Sasuke became Naruto's soulmate. The first one who recognized him for who he really was. After that incident, Sasuke's attitude changed radically, thanks to which they began to spend more time together. Sasuke helped him improve in his studies, both in theory and in practice. Even if Naruto couldn't match his talent, spending time together, especially when they could play, became a happy time, which, preferably, he wanted more of. And it's not like Naruto and Itachi had a bad relationship, no. It's becoming uncomfortable to communicate with the older brother, a member of the Anbu. And even so, Sasuke tried to be like him, then how should Naruto try to be like him if he can't at least be like Sasuke? Everyone at the academy was right, and he was a loser. There were also positive things, if you call them that. At his father's request, Naruto and the clan leader would constantly attend clan events. That is, Naruto had direct access to all the clan's activities, accompanying the leader everywhere. For what purpose could this happen? When Naruto asked his father about this, he answered, so that you understand what you want to protect. The words are not without meaning. Positive relations, judging from the rest, from the Uchiha clan, became a positive clan in Naruto's eyes, as opposed to the bad ones. It wasn't that Naruto thought beatings or the anger of the townspeople were bad. It had been with him his whole life, and it was a completely normal thing. Although others, for some reason, hammered into him that it was not the right attitude. His opinion was divided into the opinion of good and evil. He had never heard such a concept before, and he understood it poorly. But it was the first time he considered his opinion regarding the Uchiha clan to be correct, but even if others hurt him. Why Naruto, deep down, did not want to blame them. They simply did not understand. Until a certain time, Naruto didn't understand either, but according to the explanation of the head, council and clan, a nine-tailed fox was sealed in Naruto. The same one that was sealed long ago by the fourth Hokage. The details were omitted, but the essence was made clear. Naruto was the guardian of the monster inside. His task was to keep the monster inside himself. This information was perceived abnormally. In the first minutes after realizing it, Naruto screamed hysterically, cried, and begged to be rid of the monster that was driving him crazy. His voice was heard everywhere, every night he saw his image, every time he made himself known. Naruto's lack of understanding of what he was dealing with caused him shock and horror. The nightmare became reality. Even before the academy, from the first days Naruto was taken in, he had to put up with this fact. No matter how much he begged and asked to remove him, he was convinced of the opposite, which he categorically did not want to agree with. But the reality is harsh. The truth is that if the nine tails is taken out of Naruto, he will die. It became a curse that Naruto had to deal with alone. He fell into depression, with the help of Sasuke, and partly Mikoto and Itachi. But an alternative was given, as well as a task. To tame the beast's power. At the same time, if Naruto manages to seize power over the monster, then all his mental powers will stop flowing as food to the monster. Moreover, he will become a valuable person for the clan, who will bring great benefit. It was also explained what role Naruto would play in the future. With the power of the ancestral power, the Sharingan, and his own training, Naruto would gain the power of a monster, and when it was needed in the future, he would release it. No matter for whom. Naruto knew about the clan's plans for a coup in the village, under an oath not to tell anyone. He also knew that when the coup began, he would have to remove the seal from his stomach and destroy all the forces of resisting shinobi in the village. But during a private conversation with the head, he was ordered not to destroy, but to demonstrate the power of the monster, so that the shinobi of the village would not have the thought of resistance. The head called it a bloodless coup. Naruto, unconditionally loyal to the head, accepted this order. He even liked it more. And now, all this time, all Naruto's strength was spent on training to control the Nine Tails chakra, because it was even more important than being in the academy, because it was unknown when the power would be needed. The council with the head decided that it would be right to have both options of subordination. Although Naruto was recognized as a genius because of 2 Sharingans at such a young age, mentally he was still disappointing. There was also an attempt by the Konoha advisor to recruit Naruto into root. There were loud discussions between the Uchiha clan and the council about this. Root compensated for the lack of shinobi abilities, not by direct hint, also saying that it was dangerous to keep weapons of mass destruction in the hands of the clan, and why would the police need it? But the family, the unfavorable attitude of the townspeople and the bullying of the shinobi towards Naruto played a key role, which is why the third Hokage, with the same monthly analysis of actions and successes, allowed Naruto to stay in the Fugaku family. It's been 11 months of quiet time. Commentary on Part 12 Life for the clan later. I'll finish the work. I set myself a norm of 10 pages per chapter.